There's a train station at the edge of town that doesn't show up on maps. It doesn't have a name, not in the conventional sense, and the people who know about it don't talk about it much. If you ask around, you might hear rumors about a station for the lost. A place where people go when they don't know where else to be. That's how I heard about it. I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't even sure I believed it existed. But one night, I found myself there anyway. I'd been wandering aimlessly, as I often did those days. The kind of wandering that's less about getting somewhere and more about escaping the feeling of being stuck. The streets were quiet, the kind of eerie quiet that makes a city feel like it's been temporarily abandoned. The only sound was my shoes against the wet pavement, the occasional flicker of a streetlight overhead. That's when I saw the sign. It was small and weathered, attached to a lamppost. All it said was Platform Zero, with an arrow pointing down an alley I'd never noticed before. Something about it made me stop. Platform Zero? Who names a Platform Zero? Curiosity got the better of me. I followed the arrow, turning down the alley and weaving through the narrow passage until I found myself standing in front of a set of stairs leading underground. There was no sign of anyone else, no ticket booth or turnstile, just a faint yellow glow spilling up from below. The air smelled faintly of damp stone and something sweeter, like old flowers. I hesitated for a moment, half expecting someone to stop me, but there was no one around. So I took a deep breath and started down the stairs. The station itself was strange. It didn't look abandoned, exactly, but it didn't feel alive either. The tiles on the walls were cracked in places, the benches worn smooth, but everything was clean. Too clean, as if someone had been scrubbing it obsessively even though no one ever came through. The ceiling was low, the lights buzzing softly, casting a warm, golden hue over everything. And then there was the train. It was sitting on the tracks, waiting. A single car, its surface gleaming like polished obsidian, with no windows and no markings. The doors were open, but no one was getting on or off. In fact, the platform was completely empty. I looked around, expecting to see some kind of timetable or a sign indicating where the train was headed, but there was nothing. Just the train, humming faintly, like it was alive and breathing. I should have turned back. That's the logical thing to do, right? You find an empty train in an unmarked station in the middle of the night. You don't get on. But I wasn't thinking logically. I was thinking about how lost I felt, about how tired I was of waking up every day feeling like I was drifting farther and farther from whatever it was I was supposed to be doing. So, I stepped onto the train. Inside, the air felt different. Cooler, but not uncomfortably so. And it carried the same faint scent of flowers I'd noticed earlier. The car was longer than it should have been, stretching out into the distance like a trick of perspective. The seats were upholstered in a dark, velvety material, and there was a single aisle running down the middle. Most of the seats were empty, but not all of them. There were people scattered throughout the car, sitting in pairs or alone, but none of them were looking at me. Some stared out the non-existent windows as if watching a view only they could see. Others were whispering to one another in hushed tones. One woman was holding an old photo, her lips moving silently, as if she were trying to memorize it. I moved down the aisle, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. No one glanced in my direction, not even when I passed within inches of them. It was like I didn't exist in their world. Or maybe they didn't exist in mine. Eventually, I found an empty seat near the back and sat down. The fabric was soft, almost too soft, and as soon as I settled in, the train began to move. There was no lurch, no announcement, just a smooth glide forward. The lights dimmed slightly, and the faint hum grew louder, a sound that wasn't quite mechanical but wasn't entirely organic either. I looked around, trying to catch someone's eye, but everyone else was absorbed in their own thoughts, their own objects, their own conversations. It felt less like I was on a train and more like I was in a dream. The kind that doesn't make sense but feels entirely real while you're in it. At some point, I realized there was a card tucked into the seat in front of me. It was small and plain, just a square of heavy paper with 2 words printed on it. Why now? No instructions, no explanation. I turned it over, but the back was blank. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Why now? Why not before? Why not later? Was it a question for me? For someone else? I looked around the car again, wondering if anyone else had a card like mine, but if they did, they weren't showing it. The train didn't stop often. When it did, the doors opened silently, and someone would get on or off without a word. Each time, I tried to catch a glimpse of what was outside, but all I could see was darkness. Once, I thought I saw a faint outline of a building, its roof caved in and ivy crawling up its walls, but it was gone before I could be sure. Another time, I saw a field of white flowers stretching out endlessly, their petals glowing faintly in the dark. But most of the time, there was nothing, just the soft hiss of the doors and the quiet shuffle of passengers. After what felt like hours, the man across the aisle from me spoke. "You're new," he said, his voice low and gravelly. I turned to him, startled, and he smiled faintly, like he'd been waiting for me to notice him. He was older, his face lined and weathered, and he was holding a small wooden box in his lap. "I guess I am," I said, though the words felt strange in my mouth. "What is this place?" He tilted his head, considering the question. "It's different for everyone," he said finally. "Depends on what you're looking for." "I'm not looking for anything," I said, though even as the words left my mouth, I knew they weren't true. The man chuckled softly. "Everyone's looking for something, even if they don't know what it is." I wanted to ask him more, where the train was going, how long it had been running, what I was supposed to do. But before I could, the train slowed to a stop. The man stood, cradling the wooden box in his hands, and gave me one last look. "Pay attention," he said. "You'll know when it's your stop." And then he was gone, stepping off the train and into the darkness beyond. The doors closed behind him, and the train began to move again, leaving me alone with his words echoing in my mind. I don't know how long I stayed on that train. Long enough to notice patterns in the stops, long enough to start feeling like I belonged there. The card with "Why now?" stayed in my pocket, and every so often, I'd take it out and turn it over in my hands, hoping for some revelation that never came. I watched people come and go, each of them carrying something. A letter, a suitcase, a memory they couldn't let go of. And slowly, I began to understand. When the train finally stopped for me, I knew. I couldn't explain how, but I knew. I stepped off into a place that wasn't anywhere I'd been before but felt entirely familiar, like a room you haven't visited in years but still remember how to navigate in the dark. The air smelled like pine and rain, and in the distance, I heard the faint sound of water rushing over rocks. The train didn't wait for me. The doors slid shut, and it disappeared into the dark, leaving me standing there with nothing but the card in my hand. The words had changed. Now they said, "You're ready." I don't know if I'll ever see the train again. Maybe I wasn't meant to. But every now and then, when the world feels too heavy, I think about it. I think about the quiet hum, the people staring out at views I couldn't see, and the way it felt to finally know when to step off. So I have to ask, if a train came for you, one that didn't tell you where it was going but promised to take you somewhere you needed to be, would you get on? And if you did, would you know when to get off? There's a little theater in my neighborhood, tucked between a boarded-up dry cleaner and a locksmith that seems to be open at all hours. The theater doesn't have a marquee or a name, just a faded green door with a small brass plaque that reads, "Performances Nightly." I must have passed it 100 times, never thinking much about it. No one I knew had ever been inside. I wasn't even sure it was still operational. Its windows were coated in years of grime, and the black paint around the doorframe was cracked and peeling. It looked more like a relic of another era than a functioning venue. But one night, while walking home late, I saw the light. It was faint at first, barely visible through the dirty glass, but unmistakable. A warm, golden glow spilling out from somewhere deep inside the theater. I stopped on the sidewalk, staring, feeling an inexplicable pull toward it. The street was deserted, save for the distant hum of a passing car. Something about the light felt alive, as though it were reaching for me, beckoning me closer. Against my better judgment, or maybe because of it, I walked up to the door. I expected it to be locked. It wasn't. The brass handle was smooth under my hand, and the door creaked open with a slow, deliberate groan. The light spilled out into the narrow foyer, illuminating a worn carpet and a dusty chandelier hanging precariously above. The air inside was heavy with the smell of old wood and something faintly floral, like the ghost of perfume lingering long after its wearer had left. There was no one at the ticket booth, just a small, handwritten sign taped to the glass that read, "Admission. One story." Beneath it, a jar sat on the counter, filled with scraps of paper. I hesitated, glancing over my shoulder to make sure no one was watching. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, I reached into my pocket, pulled out an old receipt, and scribbled a quick sentence on the back with a pen I'd forgotten I was carrying. Once, I dreamt I could breathe underwater. I folded it, dropped it into the jar, and waited. Nothing happened. The lobby remained silent, the light from the theater spilling through a set of double doors at the far end. I pushed them open. The auditorium was small, no bigger than a high school gym, with rows of mismatched chairs arranged in a semicircle around a stage. The walls were lined with thick, red curtains that seemed to absorb the light, making the stage glow even brighter by comparison. There were no exits visible, no backstage, just the stage itself, empty save for a single wooden chair positioned in the center. The house was packed. Every chair was occupied, but the audience wasn't made up of people. Not exactly. They looked human at first glance, but their features were wrong, too sharp, too smooth, as if someone had sculpted them from clay and forgotten to add the imperfections. Their eyes were wide and unblinking, fixed on the empty stage. None of them moved. None of them acknowledged me. I stood frozen in the doorway, unsure whether to step inside or run. But then the lights dimmed, and the chatter began. It wasn't loud or chaotic, but a low, murmuring buzz that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Words swirled through the air, fragments of sentences that didn't quite make sense. She never came back. The water was so cold. I thought I heard her laugh. It was the sound of stories being told, countless voices overlapping and blending until they became a single, incoherent hum. Then, the chair on the stage wasn't empty anymore. I didn't see anyone walk onto the stage, but suddenly, there was a woman sitting in the chair. She was older, with gray hair pulled back into a loose braid, and she was staring straight ahead, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Her expression was calm, almost serene, but her eyes carried a weight that made my chest tighten. She didn't look at the audience. She didn't look at me. But when she spoke, her voice filled the room, clear and strong. I was 9 years old when I first saw the water. Her words seemed to hang in the air, rippling like stones dropped into a still pond. It was black and endless, stretching farther than I could see, and it whispered to me in a language I didn't understand. The audience leaned forward in unison, their movements eerily synchronized. The murmuring stopped. The room was so quiet I could hear the faint creak of the chair as the woman shifted her weight. "It called to me," she continued, her voice softening, not with words, but with promises. Promises of escape, of freedom, of something greater than myself. She paused, her gaze distant, and I believed it. I don't know how long I stood there, transfixed. Her story unfolded slowly, her words painting vivid, impossible images in my mind. A house perched on the edge of a cliff, its windows glowing faintly in the storm. A staircase carved into the rock, spiraling down into darkness. A door at the bottom, heavy and rusted, opening onto a world that shouldn't exist. The audience was silent, but I could feel the tension in the room, the weight of their collective attention pressing down on me. When the woman's story ended, she rose from the chair and stepped off the stage. The audience didn't clap. They didn't move. She walked down the aisle, past me, and disappeared through the double doors without a backward glance. Before I could process what had happened, the chair on the stage was empty again. Then, without warning, the lights dimmed, and a new figure appeared. This time, it was a young man, barely out of his teens, his hair messy and his hands fidgeting in his lap. He looked nervous, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape. But when he spoke, his voice was steady. "It wasn't my fault," he said, the words heavy with something I couldn't name. "I didn't mean for it to happen." And just like that, the cycle began again. Story after story, figure after figure, each one stepping onto the stage as if summoned, sharing their truths with an audience that never moved, never blinked, never spoke. The stories were strange, beautiful, heartbreaking, terrifying. Some felt like dreams, others like confessions. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. My legs refused to move. My mind refused to let go of the words. Eventually, I realized I wasn't the only one standing in the back of the room. A man I hadn't noticed before was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. He caught my eye and tilted his head toward the stage. "Your turn's coming," he said. "What?" My voice came out as a whisper, hoarse and uncertain. "Everyone who enters owes a story," he said, his tone matter of fact. "That's the price. The jar's just a formality." I turned back to the stage, my stomach twisting. The chair was empty again, the light soft and inviting. The audience was waiting. I don't remember walking to the stage. One moment, I was frozen in place. In the next, I was sitting in the chair, the spotlight warm on my face. The audience stared up at me, their unblinking eyes reflecting the golden light. My mouth was dry, my thoughts scrambled, but the words came anyway. "I once dreamed I could breathe underwater," I began, and the story poured out of me, unspooling in a way I didn't understand but couldn't stop. It wasn't just my story. It was all of them. The dreams I'd forgotten, the fears I couldn't name, the truths I hadn't been brave enough to face. I spoke until my voice cracked, until the words felt like they'd carved something out of me and left it behind on the stage. When it was over, the audience leaned back, satisfied. The murmuring began again as I stood, my legs shaky, and walked back to the double doors. The man by the wall nodded to me as I passed. "You'll be back," he said. I didn't respond. Outside, the street was quiet, the theater's glow fading behind me. But the weight of the story still clung to me, and I knew he was right. I would go back. The theater wasn't finished with me. And maybe, just maybe, I wasn't finished with it either. The rain wasn't falling. It was hovering. Tiny droplets hung in the air like they couldn't quite commit to gravity, their edges catching the light from the street lamps in soft, iridescent halos. I waved my hand through the mist, feeling the wetness collect on my skin in a way that wasn't entirely natural. It was late, and I'd been walking home after a long shift at the bookstore, too tired to care about the odd weather, when I noticed the sound. It wasn't rain. Or rather, it wasn't just rain. Beneath the soft patter, there was a hum, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It buzzed faintly in my bones, just on the edge of hearing. I glanced around, the street unusually empty for this time of night. The rain mist seemed thicker now, like it was coiling inward, pulling everything closer. The air tasted metallic, sharp and electric, like the seconds before a lightning strike. Ahead, just past the curve of the road, I saw the glow. At first, I thought it was a car, headlights softened by the rain. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a car at all. The light wasn't stationary. It moved, floating just above the ground, pulsing faintly with a rhythm that didn't feel random. It was golden, liquid and alive, spilling out into the mist like molten metal. I should have been afraid. Any rational person would have turned back, but there was something about the glow, the way it seemed to hum in time with the strange vibration in the air, that pulled me forward. My exhaustion melted away as curiosity took over. When I reached the source of the light, I saw the doorway. It wasn't connected to anything, just a frame of dark, polished wood standing alone in the middle of the street, the golden light spilling out from the space within it. The frame was intricately carved, the patterns swirling and shifting if I stared at them for too long. I leaned in closer, my breath fogging in the cool air. Beyond the doorway, there was nothing. No street, no rain mist, just an endless expanse of soft, golden light. It wasn't blinding, but it filled my vision, stretching out in every direction. A voice broke through the hum, low and steady, but not coming from anywhere I could see. "Do you want to see what's waiting for you?" I froze. The voice wasn't threatening, nor was it exactly welcoming. It was neutral, calm, like someone offering directions to a stranger. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice sounding small in the dense air. The doorway pulsed, its light flickering slightly. "The question is not who. The question is whether you are ready." "Ready for what?" To understand. I hesitated, my heart pounding. There was something unnerving about the voice, the way it spoke as though it knew something I didn't, something it wasn't going to explain unless I stepped through. I should have turned back. I could have turned back. But the air behind me felt heavier now, like it was pressing in, urging me forward. I stepped through. The transition was instant and absolute. One moment, I was standing in the rain mist, and the next, I was somewhere else entirely. The world on the other side of the doorway was vast, its sky an endless gradient of deep blues and shimmering silvers. The ground beneath me wasn't solid. It felt like walking on a thin layer of water, though my feet didn't sink, and the surface rippled faintly with every step. There were structures in the distance, tall and spindly, like the skeletons of trees made from glass and light. They shifted and shimmered, their forms never quite solidifying, as if the space itself couldn't decide what they were supposed to be. Ahead of me, the hum grew louder. I followed it, my steps careful but strangely certain, as though the ground itself was guiding me. The air was warm now, carrying a faint, floral scent that felt oddly familiar, though I couldn't place it. As I walked, shapes began to emerge from the shimmering horizon. Figures, human in outline but not in substance. They glowed faintly, their edges blurred, like they were made of the same liquid light as the doorway. They didn't approach me, but they didn't retreat either. They stood still, watching, their forms pulsing faintly in time with the hum. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice surprisingly steady. The figures didn't answer. Instead, the hum shifted, forming words, not spoken, but placed directly into my mind. "We are the echoes." Echoes of what? I asked. Of choices, of lives, of all that has ever been and all that will ever be. The answer wasn't comforting. It wasn't unsettling either. It was simply there, a fact as unshakable as gravity. "What do you want from me?" The figures pulsed again, their glow dimming for a moment before returning. "We do not want. We offer." "Offer what?" "To see." The ground beneath me rippled violently, and suddenly I wasn't standing in the shimmering expanse anymore. I was in my apartment. The air smelled of coffee and stale books, the faint hum of the radiator a familiar backdrop. The room was exactly as I'd left it that morning, but something was off. The light was dimmer, the colors muted, like I was looking at a photograph that had been left in the sun too long. And then I saw myself. I was sitting on the couch, a book open in my lap, my expression distant. The me on the couch sighed, closed the book, and set it aside, staring out the window at the rain mist beyond. "You are here," the hum said, its words threading through my thoughts. "I don't understand," I replied, my voice trembling. "This is what you left behind." A moment waiting for meaning. Before I could respond, the room shifted again. I was in a park now, the kind with cracked benches and overgrown grass. Children ran through the playground, their laughter echoing faintly, though I couldn't see their faces. A man sat on a bench nearby, his shoulders hunched, his hands clutching a crumpled piece of paper. As I stepped closer, I realized the man was me. Not exactly, but close enough. Older, wearier, with eyes that seemed heavier than they should have been. He looked up, and for a moment, his gaze met mine. "This is what you might become," the hum said, quieter now, almost reverent. "Why are you showing me this?" I demanded, though my voice wavered. "To remind you that paths diverge." The park dissolved, and I was back in the shimmering expanse, the glowing figures watching silently. The hum returned, filling the air around me. "You have seen enough for now," it said, its tone final. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the doorway reappeared in front of me, its golden light pulsing softly. "Step through," the hum instructed. I hesitated, glancing back at the figures, but they remained still, their forms flickering faintly. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the doorway. The rain mist greeted me, soft and unassuming, as if I'd never left. The street was empty, the golden glow gone, and the hum had faded into the familiar sounds of the city at night. I stood there for a long time, my mind racing, the memory of what I'd seen already beginning to blur. like a dream slipping through my fingers. By the time I walked home, I wasn't sure if any of it had been real. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the world is quiet, I can still feel the hum, faint and steady, like a heartbeat just beneath the surface of the world. And every now and then, I find myself wondering what might be waiting if I ever step through again. There's an unspoken rule in small towns. If someone puts something weird on their curb, you leave it alone. It doesn't matter how nice it looks, how functional it might be, or how much it feels like it's calling your name. Just keep walking. Because in towns like mine, nothing ends up on the curb by accident. There's always a story behind it, and the stories rarely end well. But I didn't grow up in this town. I moved here 6 months ago, so I didn't know the rules. That's how I ended up with the chair. It was one of those high-backed, wing chairs, the kind that makes you think of libraries and pipe smoke and old money. Except this one was a little off. The upholstery was deep red, but it shimmered slightly in the sunlight, like it was hiding other colors just beneath the surface. The wood arms and legs were ornately carved, the kind of details you'd see in antique furniture, but the carvings didn't make sense. They didn't look like flowers or vines or anything I could easily name. They were just patterns, twisting and looping in a way that made my eyes feel weird if I stared too long. Still, it was beautiful, and it was sitting on the curb just down the street from my house with no sign. No explanation. I wasn't even looking for furniture. I was just out for a walk, trying to clear my head after another soul-crushing week at the office. But when I saw the chair, I stopped. I stood there for a while, glancing around to see if anyone was watching. The street was empty. The house it belonged to looked abandoned, the yard overgrown and the windows dusty and dark. I checked the chair for any obvious flaws, expecting to find a ripped cushion or a broken leg, but it was perfect. Immaculate, even. My first thought was that someone must have left it by mistake. My second thought was that it wouldn't hurt to take it. The chair practically whispered it to me. So I did. It was awkward, lugging it back to my place. The chair wasn't as heavy as it looked, but the size made it unwieldy, and I must have looked ridiculous shuffling down the street with this giant, fancy piece of furniture. By the time I got it inside and set it down in my living room, I was sweaty and out of breath, but strangely pleased with myself. It looked great in the corner, like it had been made for the space. I plopped down in it without thinking, the cushions firm but not uncomfortably so, and I sighed. It felt like home in a way I hadn't felt since moving to this town. In a way I hadn't felt in years, if I was being honest. I sat there for a long time, watching the light shift through the blinds, and for the first time in weeks, I felt calm. That night, I dreamed of the chair. In the dream, it wasn't in my living room anymore. It was in a different space, one I didn't recognize. The walls were dark, the air thick, and the chair sat in the center of the room, glowing faintly. I approached it, my feet moving without my permission, and as I got closer, I realized the carvings on the wood weren't just patterns. They were moving. The loops and twists flowed like liquid, shifting and reshaping themselves, almost like they were alive. I woke up before I could sit down, my heart pounding, my sheets damp with sweat. It was just a dream, I told myself, probably because I'd been so focused on the chair earlier. Nothing to worry about. But the dreams didn't stop. Every night, I'd see the chair in that same dark room, and every night, it was closer. Sometimes I'd wake up with the feeling that I'd been sitting in it, even though I hadn't left my bed. The worst part was that I didn't want to get rid of it. If anything, I wanted to keep it more. It was like the chair had become part of the house, part of me. Whenever I came home after a long day, I'd sit in it for hours, staring out the window or scrolling aimlessly on my phone, and time would slip away. It was the only place I felt truly comfortable anymore. Even when I started noticing little things, like the faint hum I swore I could hear when I was sitting in it, or the way the air around it always felt a few degrees cooler, I didn't care. I just told myself I was imagining things. Then, about 2 weeks after I brought the chair home, my neighbor stopped by. Mrs. Grady was in her 70s, the kind of old lady who baked cookies for the neighborhood kids and always knew everyone's business. I hadn't talked to her much since moving in, just the occasional wave or polite small talk, but she showed up at my door that Saturday afternoon with a loaf of banana bread and a curious look on her face. "I saw you take that chair," she said. glancing past me into the living room. Her tone was casual, but there was something sharp beneath it, something that made my stomach twist. "Oh, yeah," I said, stepping aside to let her in. It was just sitting out there. No one seemed to want it. Her gaze locked onto the chair immediately, her lips tightening. "You shouldn't have taken it," she said quietly. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to laugh it off. "It's just a chair." She didn't respond right away. Instead, she walked over to it, her hands trembling slightly as she reached out to touch the armrest. She didn't, though. Her fingers hovered just above the wood, and then she pulled back like it had burned her. "The family who lived in that house," she said finally, her voice low, "they were strange. People said they practiced things they shouldn't have. Said the chair was part of it. After they disappeared, no one wanted anything to do with it." "Disappeared?" I echoed, feeling a chill crawl up my spine. "They just vanished. One night they were there, the next morning they weren't. Left everything behind, except for that chair." She turned to look at me, her eyes full of something I couldn't name. "You should get rid of it." I wanted to tell her she was being ridiculous. I wanted to tell her it was just an old chair, that the family probably moved away in a hurry, that there was nothing supernatural about it. But the words stuck in my throat, because deep down, I didn't believe them. Deep down, I knew she was right. I thanked her for the banana bread and promised I'd think about it. She left reluctantly, glancing over her shoulder like she thought the chair might follow her. That night, I didn't sit in the chair. I wanted to, though. I felt its pull every time I walked past the living room, a strange magnetic tug that made my palms sweat. I told myself I'd take it out to the curb the next morning, but the thought of leaving it there filled me with an inexplicable dread. Around midnight, I finally went to bed, determined to ignore it. I didn't dream that night. At least, I don't think I did. But when I woke up, I was sitting in the chair. I don't remember getting up. I don't remember anything at all. But there I was, my hands gripping the armrests, my body trembling like I'd been outside in the cold for hours. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting faint golden light across the room, and for a moment, everything felt still. Then I looked down and saw the carvings. They weren't just twisting and shifting anymore. They were growing. The patterns had stretched farther up the armrests, curving around the edges like ivy climbing a trellis. I scrambled out of the chair, nearly tripping over the coffee table, and stared at it from across the room, my heart pounding. That morning, I dragged the chair back to the curb. It fought me the whole way. Not physically, of course. It was just a chair. But I could feel it in my chest, a heavy, suffocating pressure that made every step harder than the last. When I finally set it down, I turned and walked away without looking back. I don't know who took it after that. I don't know if anyone did. I just know that it's gone now, and my house feels lighter without it. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel the pull, like a faint thread tugging at the back of my mind. And I wonder if it's looking for me. So, I have to ask, have you ever taken something you knew you shouldn't have? Something that felt wrong, even if you couldn't explain why? If you have, I'd love to hear your story. Maybe it'll make me feel less like I'm losing my mind. Or maybe it'll make me realize I'm not alone in this. The house didn't look haunted, but it felt haunted. It was one of those sprawling, slightly lopsided homes that seemed too big for its lot. The kind of place where every corner felt like it was hiding something. The paint was peeling in a way that made you wonder if it was on purpose, like someone had spent weeks trying to make it look authentically decayed. Ivy crept up the brickwork, clutching at the windows like it was trying to pull the house into the ground. It wasn't the sort of place you went to on purpose. Unless, of course, you were me. The man who answered the door had a face that looked like it had been carved out of old wood. Sharp features, deeply lined, with dark eyes that didn't quite match the smile he gave me. "You must be here about the ad," he said, stepping aside and motioning for me to come in. I hesitated. The ad had been vague, almost cryptic, but something about it had drawn me in. It had shown up in the odd jobs section of a website I hadn't even meant to click on, a single line of text with no explanation. Need someone curious. Good pay. No questions. Against my better judgment, I'd responded, and here I was, standing in the doorway of what looked like the set of a gothic thriller. "Are you coming in?" the man asked, tilting his head slightly. There was a challenge in his tone, like he knew I was debating whether or not to run and was daring me to stay. I nodded and stepped inside. The door creaked shut behind me, and I swear I felt the air shift as it clicked into place, like the house had been holding its breath until now. The interior was even stranger than the outside. The ceilings were high, the walls lined with dark wood paneling, and every available surface was covered with objects that looked like they belonged in a museum, or maybe an old curiosity shop. There were shelves of strange artifacts, jars filled with what I could only assume were animal bones, clocks with too many hands, an assortment of old keys hanging from a wire like wind chimes. A stained glass lamp flickered dimly in the corner, casting shifting colors across a tattered rug that looked older than I was. The man led me into what I assumed was the living room, though it felt more like a study gone rogue. There was a desk piled high with books and papers, an ancient globe with faded continents, and a taxidermied fox sitting on the mantel, its glass eyes eerily lifelike. He gestured for me to sit in an armchair that looked like it might collapse under the weight of a strong breeze. I sat anyway. "So," he said, settling into the chair across from me, "you're curious." It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "I guess so. What exactly is this job?" He smiled, leaning back and folding his hands in his lap. "You're not here to ask questions, remember? That's kind of a hard promise to keep," I said, glancing around at the sheer weirdness of the room. He laughed, a dry, hollow sound. "Fair enough. Let's just say I need help with a collection. Cataloging, organizing, things like that. It's simple, really. You'll work evenings, 5 days a week. The pay is generous, and I'll make sure you're home before midnight." I frowned. "That's it? What's the catch?" "No catch," he said smoothly. "Just don't touch anything you're not supposed to." He stood up and walked over to the desk, picking up a small leather-bound book and handing it to me. "This is for you. A ledger. You'll write down what you find, where you find it, and anything else of note. Start tonight." Before I could respond, he left the room, disappearing down a hallway that seemed to stretch longer than it should have. I looked down at the ledger in my hands, the leather cool and smooth beneath my fingers. The pages inside were blank, the lines crisp and waiting. I should have left. Every instinct in my body told me to get up and walk out of that house, to forget the ad, the man, and the eerie, unshakable feeling that I'd stepped into something much bigger than I realized. But I stayed. I don't know why. Maybe it was the money, or maybe it was the part of me that always wants to peek behind the curtain, to see the thing I'm not supposed to see. The first night was uneventful. He handed me a list of items: an old pocket watch, a porcelain figurine of a cat, a tarnished silver spoon, and told me to find them. The house was larger than it seemed, every hallway twisting into another, every room packed with an impossible number of things. It was like walking through a dream where nothing quite fit together, where the rules of space and logic didn't apply. But I found the items, wrote them down in the ledger, and left just before midnight as promised. The second night, the list was longer, the items stranger. A glass jar filled with what looked like black sand. A music box that played no melody, just a single, haunting note that seemed to echo even after it stopped. A painting of a woman with no face. I asked him where the items came from, but he only shrugged. "They find their way here," he said, as if that was an answer. By the third night, I started noticing things I hadn't seen before. Shadows that stretched too far, corners that seemed darker than they should be. The house creaked and groaned like it was alive, and sometimes I thought I heard whispers coming from rooms I hadn't entered yet. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the strangeness of the house get to me. But then I found the mirror. It wasn't on the list. I stumbled across it while searching for an old map he'd asked for, hidden behind a stack of books in a room that smelled faintly of mildew. The frame was gold and ornate, the glass fogged over as though it hadn't been cleaned in years. When I touched it, the fog cleared, and for a moment, I saw myself. But it wasn't quite me. The reflection was wearing the same clothes, standing in the same room, but the expression was different, colder, sharper, like it knew something I didn't. I stepped back, my heart racing, but the image stayed. It watched me with that unsettling, knowing gaze, and then it smiled. Not a warm smile, not even a cruel one, just a smile. I slammed the ledger shut and left the room, my pulse pounding in my ears. When I told him about the mirror, he frowned for the first time. "Did you touch it?" he asked, his voice low. I cleaned the glass," I said, realizing as the words left my mouth that I might have broken his only rule. He didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at me with those dark, unreadable eyes. Finally, he nodded. "Don't go near it again." I wanted to quit. I wanted to leave that house and never look back, but I didn't. Something about it, about him, about the items, about the way the house seemed to hum with secrets, kept pulling me back. I told myself it was just curiosity, but deep down, I knew it was something else, something I couldn't name. By the end of the first week, I'd cataloged dozens of items, each stranger than the last. A pair of gloves that felt warm to the touch, even when they'd been sitting in a cold room. A jar of marbles that rolled of their own accord. A music sheet with notes that seemed to rearrange themselves when you weren't looking. Every item felt like it held a piece of something. Something bigger, something ancient. And every night, I felt the house watching me, waiting, as if it knew I was starting to understand. The mirror stayed with me, though. Even when I wasn't near it, I could feel it, like a weight pressing against the edges of my mind. And sometimes, late at night, I'd dream of the reflection, its smile growing wider and wider, until it was all I could see. The strangest thing I ever found was in the middle of a forest I didn't mean to walk into. It was the kind of place that isn't on the way to anywhere. No trails, no markers, not even the faint whisper of a dirt path to suggest anyone had ever passed through before. I didn't go looking for it, but that morning, I'd woken up with a kind of heaviness I couldn't shake. I needed to move, to feel the weight of the air on my skin. So I grabbed my jacket and walked out the door without a destination in mind. I ended up in the woods because of a crow. It had landed on the edge of a chain-link fence near the sidewalk, its glossy black feathers catching the light just right. I don't know what made me notice it. It wasn't the first bird I'd seen that morning, and I'm not particularly superstitious about them, but there was something in the way it tilted its head toward me, like it had something to say. When it flew off, I followed it, not thinking too hard about why. The streets melted away into overgrown lots, then sparse trees, and eventually into dense forest. The air was cool and damp, the kind of damp that makes every sound feel muted. I wasn't dressed for hiking, but I kept going anyway, brushing past low-hanging branches and ducking under tangled vines. The crow was always just ahead, close enough to see but far enough that I had to keep moving if I wanted to follow it. I'd walked for what felt like an hour when the ground began to slope downward. The trees thinned, and the air felt different, denser, almost like I was stepping into a place that wasn't supposed to be touched. I thought about turning back, but there was this pull, a strange kind of curiosity that wouldn't let me. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a rock, one of those massive ones that seemed to have been dropped in the middle of nowhere by some ancient glacier. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a rock at all. It was a door. It was set into the earth, tilted slightly so it was leaning against the slope, half buried in moss and leaves. The wood was old, splintered in some places and warped in others, but the hinges were thick iron and still intact, though rusted. There was no handle, no knob, just a heavy brass keyhole in the center. The crow perched on the top of the door, watching me with a sharp, steady gaze. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at it. Long enough for the stillness to settle into my bones, for the weight of the forest to press down on me. The door didn't belong there. It was too deliberate, too purposeful, like it had been placed there for a reason. But there was no house, no walls, no structure it could have been part of. Just the door, standing alone. My first instinct was to leave. Whatever this was, it wasn't meant for me. But then I noticed something in the dirt near the base of the door. A faint glint of metal. I crouched down and brushed away the leaves and soil, revealing a small, intricately carved key. It felt heavy in my hand, heavier than it should have been for its size. The teeth were strange, jagged in a way that looked more like art than utility. I turned it over, running my thumb along the grooves, and before I could stop myself, I reached for the keyhole. The crow let out a low caw as the key slid in, but it didn't move to stop me. The lock clicked softly, and I stepped back, holding my breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a long exhale, the door creaked open. There was no light on the other side. No room, no passage, no staircase leading down into some hidden cellar. Just blackness. A void so absolute that it made the sunlight filtering through the trees feel like a lie. And then, out of that darkness, I heard it. A voice. Soft, distant, like a memory trying to find its way back. It wasn't words exactly, more like the suggestion of them, the shape they might take if they could find form. But it was enough to freeze me in place. It wasn't a threatening sound, but it wasn't inviting either. It was something older than either of those things. The crow hopped down from the doorframe, landing on the moss with a quiet thud. It looked up at me, its head cocked slightly, and then stepped toward the open door. I watched as it disappeared into the blackness, its glossy feathers swallowed whole. I should have closed the door. I should have walked away and forgotten I'd ever seen it. But instead, I stepped closer. The air around the door was colder than it should have been, sharp and biting. My hand hovered over the edge of the frame, the old wood rough against my fingertips. The voice was louder now, though still indistinct, like hearing someone speak underwater. It pulled at something deep in me, something I couldn't name. I leaned in, just enough to see if there was anything beyond the void. And then I saw it. A single pinpoint of light, impossibly far away. It flickered, barely visible, like a star struggling to stay alive in the night sky. It didn't make sense. There was no depth to the blackness, no sense of distance or space. But the light was there, pulsing faintly, waiting. I should have stopped. I should have turned back. But the light felt like it was calling me, whispering in a language I didn't understand but somehow recognized. I reached for it, my hand trembling as I extended it into the darkness. The moment my fingers passed through the frame, the world shifted, the air rippled, and the ground beneath me seemed to dissolve. I didn't fall, exactly. There was no sense of movement, but suddenly, I wasn't standing in the forest anymore. I was somewhere else. The air here was thick, heavy with the scent of something sweet and strange. The ground was soft beneath my feet, but I couldn't see it. The only light came from the tiny star, now hovering just in front of me. It was brighter than it had been before, but still faint, as though it wasn't supposed to be seen too clearly. The voice was louder now, clearer. I could almost make out words, but not quite. It wrapped around me, filling the space like water, and for a moment, I felt weightless, untethered. Then the light moved. Slowly at first, like it was testing me, then faster. I followed it, my feet moving without my permission. The darkness shifted around me, pulsing in time with the light, and the voice grew louder with every step. I don't know how long I walked. Time didn't feel real in that place. But eventually, the light stopped, hovering just above what looked like a shallow pool of water. I stepped closer, peering into the pool, and froze. It wasn't water. It was glass. And beneath the surface, I could see myself. Not as I was, but as I had been, as I might be, as I might have been if I'd made different choices, taken different paths. My reflection shifted with every breath, cycling through 1,000 versions of me. 1,000 lives I didn't recognize but knew were mine. The voice grew louder, almost deafening, and for the first time, I understood what it was saying. Choose. I didn't know what it meant. Choose what? Choose how? But as I stared into the glass, the light began to fade, and I realized I didn't have much time to decide. I still don't know what I chose. When I woke up, I was lying on the forest floor, the door gone. The crow perched on a branch above me. It looked down at me for a long moment, then flew off, leaving me alone with the echo of the voice and the weight of something I couldn't quite name. I haven't been back to the forest since, but sometimes, late at night, I dream of the door, of the light, of the endless shifting reflections in the glass. And I wonder if I chose the right version of myself, or if the door is still waiting for me to come back and try again. The letter arrived in my mailbox on an otherwise unremarkable Wednesday. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, and sealed with an actual wax stamp. deep red and imprinted with what looked like a constellation. No return address. My name, written in elegant handwriting that slanted slightly to the right, was the only thing on the front. I stared at it for a while, half expecting it to burst into flames in my hands or start singing like something out of a movie. But it didn't. It just sat there, solid and strange, its weight feeling heavier than it should. When I finally opened it, the paper inside was textured, almost like parchment, and it smelled faintly of something metallic, like copper. The letter itself was short. "Congratulations," it read. "You've been invited to join the Concord of Missing Pieces. Follow the enclosed instructions to claim your seat." There were no instructions. I checked the envelope 3 times, holding it upside down and even shaking it, but nothing else fell out. Just the letter and the strange wax seal, now broken in half. I laughed nervously and left it on my kitchen counter, telling myself it was some sort of prank, probably one of those over-the-top marketing gimmicks for a new subscription box or a local escape room. But even as I tried to brush it off, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The Concord of Missing Pieces. The words clung to me, repeating themselves in my head at odd moments. During work meetings, while waiting for the elevator, in the silence before I fell asleep. Something about it felt familiar, like I should know what it meant but couldn't quite place it. The next morning, the second envelope was waiting for me. This one was smaller, black instead of cream, with gold filigree around the edges. It was propped against my coffee maker as though someone had placed it there deliberately. My apartment was locked, as it always was, but that didn't stop the chill from creeping up my spine as I picked it up. Inside was a single piece of paper, blank except for a time. 7:15 p.m. tonight. And beneath that, an address I didn't recognize. I should have ignored it. I should have thrown it away, or at least told someone about it. But instead, I found myself Googling the address. It was in the old part of the city, a section filled with narrow cobblestone streets and buildings that hadn't been updated in decades. I thought about it all day, my unease mixing with a strange, gnawing curiosity. By the time 7:15 rolled around, I was already standing outside the address. It was an unmarked door at the end of a quiet alley, the kind of door you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for it. The only thing that set it apart was a faint symbol etched into the wood, the same constellation from the wax seal on the first letter. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. The alley was silent except for the distant hum of traffic, and the faint smell of damp brick hung in the air. I thought about turning back, but the pull was too strong, like something was waiting for me on the other side, something I couldn't walk away from. The door opened before I touched it. The hallway inside was long and dimly lit, the walls lined with what looked like old maps. Some of them were familiar, geographies I could place, but others showed places that didn't exist, continents shaped like twisting spirals, cities hovering in midair, rivers that ended abruptly in vast, empty voids. I followed the hallway, the floor creaking under my feet, until I reached another door at the end. This one had no handle, just a faint glow around its edges. As I approached, the glow pulsed once, like the door was alive. Then it swung open on its own. Inside was a round room, its walls covered in mirrors. There were no windows, no furniture, just an enormous table in the center, carved from dark wood and inlaid with gold. Around the table sat 10 chairs, and in each chair was a figure. None of them looked at me. One of the figures was impossibly tall, their head bent awkwardly under the low ceiling. Their face was pale, featureless, like smooth porcelain, and their hands were wrapped in long, black gloves that seemed to shimmer faintly. Another figure wore a coat made of feathers that glinted green and blue under the light, though there didn't seem to be a light source anywhere in the room. Their face was sharp, bird-like, their eyes black and beady. The rest of the figures were equally strange, some too beautiful to be human, others unsettlingly incomplete, like sketches that had been left unfinished. But what struck me most was that none of them cast reflections in the mirrors that lined the walls. The chair at the far end of the table was empty. "Sit," the figure in the feathered coat said, their voice high and lilting, like wind chimes. I wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but my mouth wouldn't form the words. Instead, I stepped forward and took the empty seat, the wood cold against my back. The moment I sat, The mirrors rippled, the glass distorting like water. My own reflection stared back at me, but there was something wrong about it. The eyes were mine, but the expression wasn't. My reflection smiled, a thin, knowing smile, and raised its hand to tap against the glass. "Welcome," the tall, porcelain-faced figure said, their voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. "You've arrived at the edge of the map." "The map?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding small in the cavernous room. The bird-like figure tilted their head, amused. "The map of everything, of everywhere, of all the things that have been lost and forgotten." "The Concord," another figure said, their voice faint and whispery, "is where those pieces come together." I stared at them, confused. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said. "I don't belong here." "Don't you?" the porcelain-faced figure asked, their head tilting unnaturally. "Everyone here has lost something." "Or," the feathered figure added, leaning forward, "is something that's been lost." I wanted to argue, to demand an explanation, but my reflection moved again, cutting me off. It wasn't following me anymore. It was moving on its own, watching me with that same unsettling smile. The room grew quieter, the air heavier, and the mirrors began to shift. The reflections no longer showed the figures at the table. Instead, they showed fragments, moments, memories. One mirror showed a small bedroom, cluttered with books and half-finished sketches. A child sat on the bed, their back to me, humming a tune I hadn't heard in years. Another mirror showed a rainy street, a figure standing under a flickering streetlight. They held an umbrella, but their face was turned away, obscured by the shadows. The third mirror was the worst. It showed me, older, thinner, my eyes hollow and my hands trembling as I stood in a dimly lit room. I was holding something, though I couldn't make out what it was, and I looked lost. "You've already joined," the whispery voice said, almost tenderly. "You just don't remember when." I turned back to the table, the weight of their words sinking in. "What do you want from me?" "To take your seat," the porcelain-faced figure said, "and to find your missing piece." "What happens if I don't?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The bird-like figure laughed, a sharp, grating sound. "You'll know soon enough," they said, and then the mirrors shattered. The sound was deafening, like glass breaking inside my skull. The room dissolved into light and shadow, and I was falling. Falling through fragments of places I recognized and places I didn't. Falling through memories and moments that weren't entirely mine. When I woke up, I was sitting at my kitchen table, the second envelope still in my hand. The chair opposite me was empty, but there was a faint indentation in the cushion, as though someone had just been sitting there. On the table in front of me was a small, golden-laid map, and at its center was a single word: begin. The train station had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. It sat on the outskirts of town, shrouded in silence and ivy, its iron skeleton rusting under decades of rain and neglect. No one ever went there. The tracks had been pulled up years ago, leaving only faint scars in the ground where trains used to pass. If you asked anyone about it, they'd shrug and say it was just an old relic of the past. But to me, it was more than that. When I was a kid, I'd bike out to the station on slow afternoons, weaving through the back roads until the trees opened up to reveal the crumbling depot. I never went inside. The broken windows and sagging roof made it look like it might collapse if I so much as breathed on it. But I'd sit on the steps and watch the light play through the trees, imagining the way it must have been when the place was alive. Passengers bustling with suitcases, trains rolling in with a metallic screech, the air filled with the low hum of life moving forward. It felt like a memory I shouldn't have, like something I was trying to remember but couldn't. It wasn't until I was 17 that I finally went inside. That summer was slow, the kind of summer that stretches out endlessly, each day bleeding into the next. My friends had all left town or found jobs, and I was left wandering the same empty streets, looking for something to fill the hours. One afternoon, on a whim, I rode out to the station again. The place looked smaller than I remembered. The paint had peeled further, exposing bare wood underneath, and one of the walls had buckled inward. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something sweet, like overripe fruit. For a long time, I stood at the edge of the platform, my hands in my pockets, staring at the doorway. I don't know what made me go in. The floor creaked under my weight as I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the cracks in the walls. The interior was empty, stripped bare of benches and ticket counters, nothing left but dust and the faint outline of where things had once been. The air was heavy, warm in a way that made it hard to breathe, and I felt the odd sensation that I was being watched. I wandered deeper into the station, past what might have once been a waiting area, until I found myself in a long, narrow hallway. The floor was tiled in a mosaic pattern, most of it cracked or missing, and the walls were lined with doors. They were heavy, wooden things, each with a brass plate engraved with a number. Most of them were closed, but one near the end of the hallway was slightly ajar. My chest tightened as I approached it. The door seemed older than the others, its wood darker, its edges worn smooth like it had been opened and closed more times than I could count. The brass plate read 301, the numbers faintly tarnished. I pushed it open. The room was small, just a few feet wide, with a single chair sitting in the center. There was nothing else, no window, no furniture, just the chair and the faint smell of lavender. But the strangest thing was the mirror. It hung on the wall opposite the chair, its frame made of dark, twisted metal that looked like it had been forged in a fire. The glass wasn't clear. It shimmered faintly, like the surface of a lake at dusk, and when I leaned closer, I realized it wasn't reflecting me at all. At first, I thought it was just broken. The surface rippled slightly, distorting the room behind me, but my reflection wasn't there. Instead, the glass showed something else entirely. A station, but not the one I was standing in. The platform was crowded, people bustling past with luggage and hats, their voices blending into a low hum of noise. The station walls were clean, the paint fresh, and the tracks were gleaming steel, stretching into the distance. A train stood at the platform, its windows glinting in the sunlight, steam curling lazily into the air. I blinked, and the scene shifted. The platform was empty now, the air thick and gray. The train was still there, but its windows were dark, and the paint on its sides was peeling. The people were gone, replaced by shadows that moved slowly, aimlessly, their edges blurred like smoke. Something about it made my stomach churn. The scene changed again, faster this time, the images flickering like an old film reel. The train station shifted and aged, falling into disrepair, then returning to life, then falling again. The shadows grew darker, larger, their movements more deliberate. And then, for just a moment, they turned toward me. I stumbled back, my heart racing. The mirror was still. The glass showed only my reflection now, pale and wide-eyed, the room behind me empty. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at myself, before I finally turned and left the room. The hallway felt different on the way out, the air thicker, heavier. The doors seemed closer together, their brass plates glinting faintly in the dim light. My footsteps echoed, each one louder than the last, and when I finally stepped back into the main room, the sun had shifted, casting long shadows across the floor. I didn't tell anyone about the mirror, not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because I wasn't sure I believed it myself. For weeks, I tried to forget about it. I stayed away from the station, filling my days with anything that would keep my mind occupied. But the images from the mirror stayed with me, slipping into my dreams at night and curling around my thoughts during the day. One morning, I woke to find a small piece of paper on my nightstand. It was folded neatly, the edges crisp, and when I opened it, I found a single line written in a handwriting I didn't recognize. Room 301 is waiting. I don't know how the note got there. My window had been locked, and I lived alone. But when I held the paper, I felt the same heavy warmth I'd felt in the station, like the air itself was pressing against my skin. I didn't go back, not at first, but the notes kept coming. Every few days, I'd find one slipped under my door or tucked into my books, always folded the same way, always carrying the same message. Room 301 is waiting. By the third week, I couldn't take it anymore. I rode out to the station that evening, the sky streaked with the deep oranges and purples of sunset. The building looked smaller in the fading light, its edges soft and blurred. The air was still, the silence pressing against my ears as I stepped inside. The hallway was exactly as I remembered it, the tiles cracked and uneven, the doors lined up like sentinels. The brass plate on 301 gleamed faintly, as if it had been polished. This time, when I opened the door, the room wasn't empty. The chair was still there, but now, someone was sitting in it. It was a man, his face pale and angular, his eyes dark and sunken. He wore a suit that looked decades out of fashion, the fabric worn and frayed at the edges. His hands rested on his knees, his fingers long and thin, the nails too clean. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The mirror behind him shimmered faintly, its surface rippling like water. Without thinking, I stepped closer, the air growing colder with each step. The man didn't move, didn't blink, his eyes fixed on a point just beyond me. I stopped in front of the mirror. This time, the glass didn't show the station. It showed me, but not just me. The reflection was wrong, the edges too sharp, the colors too vivid. My face was older, lined with shadows I didn't recognize, my eyes dark and hollow. Behind me, the station was alive again, bustling with people, the train waiting at the platform. And then I moved. Not me, but the reflection. It turned toward the man in the chair, its mouth twisting into a grin that didn't feel like mine. The man nodded, and then the mirror shattered. I woke up on the platform, the air cool against my skin. The station was empty, the track silent, the door to the hallway closed behind me. I don't go back to the station anymore, but sometimes, when I pass by the outskirts of town, I think I see someone standing at the window, watching. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I catch a flicker of something that isn't me. The train wasn't supposed to stop there. That much I was certain of. I'd taken the same commuter line for years, 5 days a week, from the suburbs into the city and back again. The schedule was as reliable as the sunrise. There was no stop between Ashford and Kellen Junction, not for express trains like mine. But that night, the train lurched to a halt with a jarring screech, and the intercom crackled faintly before going silent. The other passengers seemed as confused as I was. A man across the aisle glanced up from his tablet, his brow furrowed. A woman too rose ahead, peeked out the window, her reflection blurry against the darkness outside. No announcement came, no apology from the conductor. The train just sat there, still and humming faintly under our feet. I tried to look out the window, but there was nothing to see. We'd stopped in what seemed like the middle of nowhere. No platform, no lights, no signs. Just shadowy shapes of trees and the faint outline of a fence running parallel to the tracks. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. Not unusual for stretches of this line, but it felt more ominous now, with the train sitting unmoving. Then the lights flickered, just once, for barely a second, but long enough to make my pulse quicken. It wasn't the power outage itself that unsettled me. It was the reaction. A collective shift, as if every other passenger had tensed at the exact same moment. No one said a word, but the silence in the car thickened, heavy and oppressive. The intercom crackled again, and this time, a voice came through. It wasn't the usual clipped tone of the conductor. This voice was softer, slower, and unfamiliar. It didn't announce our location or apologize for the delay. Instead, it said, "Passengers for Greystone, please disembark." I froze, trying to make sense of what I'd just heard. Greystone wasn't on the line. It wasn't on any line. I'd lived in the area my entire life, and I'd never heard of it. Around me, a few passengers stood up, gathering their bags. No one spoke. No one questioned the announcement. They just moved toward the doors with the same blank expressions, like they were following a script they'd memorized long ago. The train doors hissed open, and a cool, damp breeze swept into the car. I turned to the window again, but there was still nothing to see, just darkness and the faint rustling of leaves. A woman in a yellow coat passed me on her way to the door, her face pale and expressionless. I almost reached out to stop her, to ask her what the hell was going on, but something in her vacant stare made my hand falter. More people were getting up now, filing toward the doors in silence. I stayed in my seat, gripping the edge of the armrest. My instincts screamed at me to stay put, but a small, insistent voice in the back of my mind whispered, "Aren't you curious?" The train door slid shut with a metallic thud, and I flinched. A second later, the car jolted forward, and the passengers who had stayed behind settled back into their seats. The lights above us hummed steadily, the normalcy of it all as disorienting as the strangeness that had come before. No one spoke about what had just happened. It was as if the people who had left had never been there at all. The man across the aisle went back to his tablet. The woman, too, rose ahead, opened a paperback. I wanted to say something, to ask if anyone else had noticed how wrong it all felt, but the silence between us was too solid, too unbreakable. When we finally pulled into Kellen Junction, the platform was nearly empty. I stepped off the train, my legs unsteady, and scanned the crowd for someone in uniform. An attendant, a conductor, anyone who might have an explanation. But there was no one. I couldn't stop thinking about Greystone. The name turned over in my mind like a stone in my pocket, heavy and insistent. I tried searching for it online when I got home, but nothing came up. No towns, no landmarks, no train stops by that name. I thought about asking someone, my coworkers, maybe, or my neighbor who'd lived in the area for decades, but I didn't. Some part of me was afraid of what they might say, or worse, what they wouldn't. For days, I tried to forget about it, but the memory clung to me like a splinter under the skin. The image of those passengers stepping into the dark, their faces blank, their movements mechanical, played on a loop in my mind. Where had they gone? And why did it feel like I'd missed something, like I was supposed to have gone with them? The next time I took the train, I couldn't shake the anticipation, the gnawing sense that it would happen again. For the first half of the ride, everything was normal. The stops came and went, the lights stayed steady, and the passengers kept to themselves. But just after we left Ashford, the train began to slow. My stomach twisted as we came to a stop in the middle of the tracks, the same stretch of nowhere as before. The intercom crackled, and that same soft, unfamiliar voice filled the car. Passengers for Greystone, please disembark. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stood up, my hands trembling, and moved toward the door. A few others followed, their expressions as blank as the passengers I'd seen the week before. My heart pounded as the doors hissed open, and I stepped into the cool night air. The platform, or what passed for one, was barely more than a strip of gravel. There were no lights, no signs, just the faint glow of the train's interior spilling out into the darkness. The doors slid shut behind me, and the train pulled away, leaving us standing there in silence. There were maybe a dozen of us, scattered across the gravel like pieces on a game board. No one spoke, no one moved. I turned in a slow circle, trying to make sense of my surroundings. Beyond the edge of the platform, a narrow path wound into the trees, its edges lit by small, flickering lanterns. I don't know why I followed it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was the same pull that had made me get off the train in the first place. The others followed, their footsteps soft against the dirt. The path led to a clearing, and in the center stood a building. Small, round, and impossibly old. It looked like a chapel, though there were no windows, no cross or symbol to mark it as anything religious. Just a single door, slightly ajar, with light spilling out like liquid gold. One by one, the others stepped inside. I hesitated at the threshold, the air around me humming with something I couldn't name. When I finally stepped through the door, the world shifted. It wasn't a chapel. It wasn't a building at all, not in any way that made sense. It was somewhere else. A vast, endless expanse of light and shadow, filled with sounds that were almost music but not quite. The air was thick, electric, and in the center of the space was something I couldn't look at directly. It pulsed, alive and immense, like the heart of a star. The others were moving toward it, their faces upturned, their hands outstretched. I wanted to move too, but my feet stayed rooted to the ground. I felt it watching me, or maybe waiting, as though it knew I didn't belong. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the thing I couldn't name. When I finally turned and ran, the air seemed to push against me, reluctant to let me go. I burst back onto the platform, gasping for breath, and stumbled down the gravel path until I reached the tracks. The train was gone. The others were gone. I stood there in the dark, the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears, until another train arrived hours later. I haven't been back to that stretch of track since, I take a different route now, one that doesn't stop anywhere near Ashford or Kellen Junction. But some nights, when the air is too still and the city feels too quiet, I hear it again. The soft voice over the intercom, calling passengers for Greystone. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed. The clock in my bedroom struck 13 again last night. It always does this when the moon is full. I've stopped asking why. It's not the kind of thing you bring up casually at a dinner party. Hey, does your clock ever hit 13 instead of 12? No one likes that person. They'd either laugh, suggest I change the batteries, or give me that look people give when they're mentally deciding how much distance to put between themselves and the lunatic. I tried ignoring it at first, years ago when it started happening. It's not loud, just a soft thrum from inside the gears, followed by a sound like metal teeth clicking against something that isn't there. The first time it happened, I thought the clock was broken, a mechanical hiccup, nothing more. But then I noticed the world outside my window seemed different after the 13th chime. Not wrong, not eerie, just tilted, slightly off axis, like a song played in the wrong key. I remember stepping onto my balcony that first night, staring out at the city below. It looked normal, streets lit by amber streetlights, distant traffic humming like a lazy river. But there were changes, small ones. The clouds moved in straight lines instead of flowing naturally. The stars were brighter, but in the wrong places, unfamiliar constellations sparkling above. And the air smelled strange, not like pollution or rain, but something ancient and clean, like petrichor mixed with firewood. Last night, though, the 13th chime was louder. I sat up in bed, heart pounding for reasons I couldn't explain. The clock didn't just hum this time. It groaned, like an old house settling after years of silence. I stared at it, the hands frozen just past midnight, and for the first time, the hum didn't stop. Instead, it stretched out, growing lower and deeper until I could feel it vibrating in my ribs. I got out of bed and stepped onto the cold wooden floor, drawn to the sound like a moth to a flame. The hum wasn't coming from the clock anymore. It was coming from outside. When I opened the balcony door, the air hit me like a wave, heavy and electric. The city was bathed in a silver light, so bright it almost felt like daylight, though there was no source I could see. The moon was full, but it wasn't just glowing. It was moving, ticking, like a second hand on a celestial clock, shifting slightly with each passing second. My breath hitched as I realized that the city itself wasn't still either. The buildings leaned, not crumbling, but bending imperceptibly toward the horizon, as if the entire world had decided to tilt towards something I couldn't see. And then I heard it, a whisper, faint at first, threading itself through the hum. It wasn't in my head, but it wasn't outside either. It was somewhere in between, coming from a place I couldn't name. It wasn't words exactly, more like the suggestion of words, impressions of meaning wrapped in sound. Come. That's all I understood at first. Come. I don't know why I listened. Maybe it was the hum, vibrating in my chest, shaking loose something I hadn't realized was trapped. Or maybe it was the silver light, pulling at me like a tide, washing away my thoughts until all that was left was the impulse to move forward. I didn't put on shoes or a jacket. I just walked out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into the street, barefoot on the cold pavement. The city was silent. No cars, no voices, no wind, just the hum and the faint, persistent whisper guiding me forward. The streets were empty, but not lifeless. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, flickering in and out like the light from a faulty bulb. They weren't human, not quite, though they were shaped like people. Thin and angular, their edges blurry, as if someone had sketched them hastily in charcoal. They didn't look at me or acknowledge my presence, but I felt them watching, their heads tilting slightly as I passed. I walked for what felt like hours, though the moon never shifted from its position high above. Time seemed to stretch and fold in on itself, bending like the buildings around me. Finally, I reached the park, a small, forgotten space surrounded by iron gates and overgrown trees. By daylight, it was just a patch of grass with a few benches and a fountain that hadn't worked in years. But now, under the silver light, it was something else entirely. The trees swayed in a wind I couldn't feel, their branches tangling and untangling like living threads. The fountain was no longer dry. It was full of something dark and shimmering, a liquid that reflected not the park but an entirely different sky, one filled with swirling clouds and strange, jagged stars. At the center of the park, there was a figure. It stood perfectly still, wrapped in something that might have been cloth but moved like smoke. Its face was obscured, not by shadow but by the absence of anything to see, as if my eyes refused to focus on whatever was there. The hum grew louder as I approached, and the whisper crystallized into words, clear and sharp now. "You are late." I stopped, my heart hammering. Late for what? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the hum, but the figure tilted its head as though it had heard me. "For the turning," it said. Its voice wasn't a voice at all. It was the hum, vibrating through the air, shaping itself into language. "The clock has struck 13. The gate is open. The wheel waits." "I don't understand," I said, my bare feet rooted to the ground. The figure extended a hand, or something like a hand, toward me. "You don't need to understand. You only need to choose." "Choose what?" The figure stepped closer, and I realized that the hum wasn't coming from the air anymore. It was coming from me, resonating in my chest like a second heartbeat. "This world is worn thin," it said, "stretched and frayed. The wheel must turn, or the thread will snap. You must decide where the needle falls." I stared at it, my mind racing. None of this made sense. The clock, the crackling shadows, the liquid sky and the fountain. How could any of this be real? And yet, somewhere deep in my gut, I felt the weight of its words. The world did feel thin, like a thread pulled too tight, ready to break. The question wasn't whether the figure was telling the truth. The question was whether I had any choice at all. "What happens if I choose wrong?" I asked. The figure tilted its head again, and for the first time, I thought I saw something behind the emptiness where its face should be. Not eyes, but the impression of eyes, burning faintly like embers. "There is no wrong choice," it said, "only a different path." The hum grew louder, almost unbearable, and the silver light intensified until it felt like the entire park was dissolving around me. The figure raised its hand higher, and the whisper threaded through my mind one last time. "Turn the wheel." I reached out, not because I wanted to, but because the hum was inside me now, pulling my hand forward like a magnet. The moment my fingers brushed the figure's outstretched hand, the world shattered. Not violently, not like glass breaking, but like paper being folded into a new shape. The light dimmed, the hum faded, and for a brief, disorienting moment, everything was silent. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my bedroom. The clock read 12:01, its hands moving smoothly, obediently, as though it had never struck 13. Outside the window, the sky was pale blue, the clouds drifting lazily in the morning light. The world seemed normal again, ordinary, except for one small detail. The faint hum, still lingering in my chest, like a thread I couldn't quite unravel. The antique shop was almost hidden, tucked into the farthest corner of a street that didn't seem to have a name. Its sign was faded, the paint peeling, and the front window was so crowded with mismatched items that it looked more like an attic had exploded than a storefront. I wasn't supposed to be there. I had meant to turn left 2 blocks ago, heading back to my car after a meeting that had dragged on longer than anyone wanted. But something about the shop pulled at me. It wasn't just curiosity. It was something heavier, something unnameable, like an itch at the back of my mind I couldn't reach. I hesitated for a moment on the sidewalk, then pushed open the door. A bell jingled overhead, and I was immediately hit by the smell of old wood and dust. The air was still, almost thick, as though it had been trapped there for decades. The shop was larger than it had seemed from the outside. A maze of shelves and cabinets and tables crammed with everything from rusted tools to delicate porcelain figures. A chandelier missing half its crystals hung crookedly from the ceiling, and an old gramophone sat in one corner, its horn dented but still elegant. There were no customers, no visible staff, just the low hum of fluorescent lights struggling to stay alive. I thought about leaving, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor near the back of the shop, completely absorbed in the contents of a small wooden box. Her hair was a wild mess of dark curls, and she was wearing a coat that looked far too warm for the weather outside. She didn't look up when I approached, didn't even seem to notice me, her fingers gently lifting something out of the box. It was a compass, old and tarnished, its face cracked. She held it up to the light, turning it slowly, as though it might suddenly start pointing her towards something important. "Does it work?" I asked, my voice startlingly loud in the quiet. She glanced up at me, her expression unreadable. Her eyes were sharp, almost too sharp, like they saw straight through me. For a moment, I thought she wasn't going to answer. Then she said, "It depends." "On what?" "On what you're looking for," she said, her tone matter-of-fact, like that was the most obvious thing in the world. She set the compass back in the box and closed the lid with a soft click. "What about you? Are you looking for anything?" "No, I just wandered in," I said, though as soon as the words left my mouth, they felt untrue. She stood up, brushing dust off her coat. Up close, I could see faint paint stains on her sleeves, blues and greens and yellows layered over each other like an accidental masterpiece. "Nobody just wanders in here," she said, tilting her head slightly. "Not unless they're lost." I wanted to argue, but something about her made me pause. She wasn't smiling, but there was the faintest hint of amusement in her expression, like she was enjoying some private joke I wasn't in on. She picked up the box with the compass and placed it on a nearby shelf, then gestured for me to follow her. "Come on, let's see what you find." I wasn't sure why I followed her. Maybe it was the way she moved, unhurried but purposeful, like she knew exactly where she was going even though the shop felt like a labyrinth. Or maybe it was the way she spoke, with this quiet certainty that made it hard to tell if she was being serious or if she was just incredibly good at pretending. She led me past shelves of antique clocks, their hands frozen in different moments, and a cabinet filled with glass jars, each labeled with faded handwriting that was too smudged to read. We stopped in front of a small table covered in a jumbled assortment of objects: a brass magnifying glass, a pocket knife with a mother-of-pearl handle, a stack of old postcards bound with twine. She picked up one of the postcards and held it out to me. "Here," she said, "take a look." It was a picture of a lighthouse, its white tower stark against a stormy gray sky. The edges of the card were worn, the corners slightly bent, and the back was blank except for a single word scrawled in red ink: "Stay." I turned it over in my hands, trying to make sense of it. "What's this supposed to mean?" I asked. "That's the wrong question," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "The real question is, does it mean anything to you?" I frowned, glancing at her, but she was already moving to another table, her attention shifting like a gust of wind. I put the postcard back and followed her, my curiosity growing despite myself. She stopped in front of a tall cabinet with glass doors, its shelves lined with dozens of small objects: a silver locket, a key shaped like a bird, a pair of old spectacles with cracked lenses. She opened the cabinet and reached for something near the top, then handed it to me. It was a jar, no bigger than my fist, filled with what looked like tiny black stones. But when I held it up to the light, I realized they weren't stones at all. They were pieces of broken glass, smoothed and polished by time. The way they caught the light, they almost looked like stars. "It's beautiful," I said, turning the jar in my hands. "It's yours," she said simply. "What?" I looked at her, confused. "I didn't say I wanted it." "You don't have to," she said, her expression calm, almost indifferent. "It's already yours. You just didn't know it until now." I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could say anything, the bell over the door jingled again. I turned to see a man walk in, his coat dripping with rain even though the sky outside had been clear when I arrived. He looked around the shop, his face tight with something I couldn't quite place: anxiety, maybe, or desperation. The woman stepped past me, her attention immediately shifting to him. "What are you looking for?" she asked, her voice softer now, almost gentle. He hesitated, then pulled something out of his pocket. It was a photograph, creased and faded, showing a young boy standing in front of an old brick house. "I need to find this place," he said, his voice rough, like it hurt to speak. She took the photograph and studied it for a moment, then nodded. "Wait here," she said, disappearing into the maze of shelves. The man stood there, clutching his coat, his eyes darting around the shop like he was afraid it might vanish if he blinked. I wanted to say something to him, to ask him what was so important about the house in the photo, but the weight of the moment kept me silent. When the woman returned, she was holding a small, rusted key. She handed it to the man without a word, and his hands shook as he took it. He looked at her like she'd just handed him the answer to every question he'd ever asked. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice breaking. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and watched as he turned and left, the bell jingling softly behind him. I stood there, the jar of glass still in my hands, unsure of what I just witnessed. "What was that about?" I asked. "Nothing you need to worry about," she said, turning back to me. "Now, do you want that or not?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, I'll take it." She smiled faintly and reached into her pocket, pulling out a scrap of paper. She wrote something on it and handed it to me along with the jar. The paper had a single word on it, "Begin." I wanted to ask her what it meant, but something stopped me. Instead, I tucked the paper into my pocket, paid for the jar, and left the shop, the bell's jingle echoing in my ears as the door closed behind me. Outside, the air felt lighter somehow, as if the city itself had shifted while I was inside. I don't know why I kept the jar. It sat on my shelf for months, the glass catching the sunlight in ways that felt almost deliberate. And every time I looked at it, I thought about that shop, about the woman with paint on her sleeves and the man with the photograph, and the strange, unshakable feeling that some places are meant to find you, not the other way around. Have you ever walked into a moment that felt like it wasn't just happening to you, but for you? When my grandmother died, she left me the cabin. It wasn't a surprise, not really. I was her only grandchild, and the cabin was the only thing she had left to give. Still, when I arrived to clean it out, the keys heavy in my pocket, I wasn't ready for the strange stillness that seemed to seep from the place. It sat at the edge of the woods, leaning slightly to the left like it was tired of standing. Its cedar shingles faded to a soft gray. My mother used to call it the old place, though she hadn't set foot there in decades. She hated it, and for reasons I couldn't quite explain, I'd always loved it. As a kid, I thought the cabin was magic. Something about the way the light filtered through the trees, the way the air smelled like pine and damp earth, the way the silence felt alive. I hadn't been back in years. Not since that summer when I was 13. The summer when everything shifted. But standing on the porch now, the cabin looked exactly the same. Time had wrapped around it like a cocoon, holding it in place while the rest of the world moved on. The door groaned as I pushed it open, the sound echoing in the empty space beyond. Inside, it smelled like dust and wood smoke, and the air carried the faint tang of something metallic, something old. The main room was small and simple, just as I remembered it. A stone fireplace dominating one wall, a battered couch covered in an afghan, a wooden table scarred with years of scratches and dents. The kitchen was tucked into the corner, its counters cluttered with things that hadn't been touched in years. An old coffee pot, a stack of yellowed newspapers, a jar of buttons. Everything felt frozen, suspended. It made me feel like an intruder. I spent the first day cleaning. The place wasn't dirty exactly, just tired. Dust had settled over every surface, and cobwebs clung to the corners like ghostly lace. I opened the windows to let in some air, the scent of the forest rushing in to replace the stale stillness. The woods seemed closer than I remembered, pressing in on all sides, their shadows stretching long across the overgrown lawn. By evening, the cabin felt a little less haunted, though the sense of quiet unease lingered, curling around the edges of my thoughts. I told myself it was just memories. Old places have a way of holding on to them, of making you feel things you thought you'd forgotten. It wasn't until the second night that I heard the knocking. It came just after midnight, a soft, deliberate sound that pulled me from a restless sleep. At first, I thought it was the wind, branches tapping against the window, or maybe an animal moving outside. But as I lay there, heart pounding, I realized it was coming from the front door. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. I sat up, The blanket tangled around my legs and listened. The cabin was silent. The kind of silence that feels too deliberate, like the world is holding its breath. I waited, my pulse thudding in my ears, but the knocking didn't come again. In the morning, I told myself I'd imagined it. The cabin was old, full of creaks and groans, and I wasn't used to the way it settled at night. I spent the day sorting through my grandmother's things, packing up what I could fit in my car, and making piles of what to donate or toss. The work was tedious, comforting in its mundanity. But when night fell, the unease crept back in. The knocking came again. This time, I was ready for it. I sat up as soon as I heard it, my hand gripping the flashlight I'd placed on the bedside table. 3 knocks, soft but insistent. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and padded toward the door, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the darkness. My breath caught as I reached for the handle, the cold metal sending a shiver through me. Slowly, I pulled the door open. No one was there. The porch was empty, the yard bathed in pale moonlight. The trees stood silent and still, their branches motionless in the cool night air. I stepped outside, the wood creaking under my weight, and scanned the shadows. Nothing, just the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. I told myself it must have been an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox, though the explanation didn't quite settle. The next day, I went into town. Marlow was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone. A single main street lined with shops that hadn't changed since the 1950s. I stopped by the hardware store to pick up some supplies, and the man behind the counter, an older guy with a face like crumpled paper, gave me a curious look. "You're staying out at the old place, huh?" he said, ringing up my purchase. I nodded. "My grandmother's cabin." He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That place has been empty a long time. Can't imagine why anyone want to stay out there." I shrugged, not wanting to get into it, just cleaning it out. She left it to me. He didn't say anything for a moment, just handed me my change and gave me a look I couldn't quite read. "Well," he said finally, "you be careful out there. Woods have a way of getting under your skin." That night, the knocking came again. This time, it was louder, more urgent. 3 knocks, followed by a pause, then 3 more. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door in one swift motion. There was no one there. But this time, there was something on the porch. It was small, no larger than my fist, and wrapped in what looked like burlap. I crouched down, the flashlight's beam shaking slightly as I reached for it. The fabric was coarse and smelled faintly of earth and decay. Inside was a bundle of twigs, tied together with a piece of red string. At the center was a small, white object, a bone. I dropped it, my stomach twisting. The bundle hit the porch with a soft thud, the red string unraveling slightly. I stood there, staring at it, my mind racing. This wasn't an animal. Someone had left this here. Someone was watching. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I found more of them. They were scattered across the yard, nestled in the grass like strange, twisted nests. Some were larger, others smaller, but they all had the same elements: twigs, red string, and bones. The woods loomed in the distance, their shadows deep and unyielding. I thought about leaving, packing up the car and driving until the cabin was just a memory in the rearview mirror. But something held me there. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was stubbornness. Or maybe it was something else. That night, I stayed up, the flashlight clutched in my hand. The knocking came just past midnight, louder than before. This time, I didn't open the door. Instead, I moved to the window, peeking through the curtain. At first, I didn't see anything. The porch was empty, the yard quiet. But then, just at the edge of the tree line, something moved. It was tall and thin, its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. It stood there for a moment, just watching, and then it turned and disappeared into the woods. I don't know why I followed it. The forest was darker than I'd ever seen it, the trees closing in around me like a cage. I moved quietly, the flashlight cutting through the shadows, its beam catching glimpses of twisted roots and gnarled branches. The air grew colder, heavier, and the metallic scent returned, sharp and suffocating. I found the first figure near the creek. It was made of branches and string, its shape crude but unmistakable. A person. There were more of them, scattered throughout the woods. Some hung from trees, their forms swaying gently in the breeze. Others were propped against rocks or nestled in the underbrush. At the center of the clearing stood the largest one, its frame towering over me, its limbs stretched wide. And at its base was another bundle, wrapped in burlap. This time, I didn't open it. I didn't have to. I knew it was for me. The cabin was silent when I returned, its walls closing in around me like a secret. I didn't sleep, didn't eat. The knocking didn't come again, but the woods are waiting, and I don't know how much longer I can resist their call. The clock in my living room struck 3:03 a.m. I wasn't even aware I was awake, at least not until I heard it. The sound was faint, almost delicate, like wind chimes in the distance, except the chimes weren't soft notes, they were words. I couldn't make them out at first, a low susurration just beyond comprehension. My body was heavy with sleep, but something about the sound pulled at me, tugged at the edges of my awareness like a thread unraveling a dream. I sat up in bed, groggy and confused, but the sound didn't stop. It was coming from the direction of the living room. I should have been afraid. This was the classic setup for every bad decision in every horror movie ever. But the sound wasn't menacing. If anything, it felt like it was calling to me, gently, persistently. Against my better judgment, I slid out of bed and padded toward the source. When I reached the living room, I froze. The clock on the wall had stopped at exactly 3:03, its hands trembling faintly as if struggling to move but stuck in place. The chime-like words were louder now, clearer, and I realized they weren't just random sounds. They were whispering my name. Julia, Julia. My heart raced, but it wasn't fear. It was something stranger, a mix of anticipation and familiarity, like I'd been waiting for this moment without knowing it. And then I saw it. In the middle of the room, directly under the stop clock, there was a door. It wasn't a door that belonged there. My living room didn't even have doors. It had open archways leading to other parts of the house. But here it was, tall and ornate, with dark wood carved into twisting, intricate patterns that seemed to shift when I looked at them too long. The doorknob was brass, shaped like an hourglass, and the air around it shimmered faintly, as though the door were trapped in a heat wave that only existed in this one spot. I should have been terrified. I should have called someone, anyone, and told them I'd lost my mind. But I didn't. Instead, I reached out and turned the knob. The door opened with a quiet hiss, and I stepped through before I had the chance to second-guess myself. What lay beyond wasn't a hallway or another room. It was a vast expanse of silver mist, rolling and swirling like a restless ocean. The floor beneath my feet was solid but invisible, as if I were standing on air. Above me, the mist rose into infinity, broken only by faint pinpricks of light that blinked in and out like distant stars. The whispering had stopped, replaced by a silence so complete it pressed against my ears like a weight. I took a cautious step forward, and the mist parted, revealing a figure standing just a few feet away. They were tall and androgynous, draped in a cloak that shimmered like mercury. Their face was obscured by a smooth, featureless mask, but I could feel their eyes on me, studying me. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could say anything, they raised a hand. "Do you know where you are?" they asked. Their voice was soft but resonant, as though it were echoing from every corner of the mist at once. I shook my head, unable to find words. "This," they said, gesturing to the endless expanse around us, "is the corridor of lost moments. Everything forgotten, overlooked, or misplaced comes here. Every second that slipped through your fingers, every choice you didn't make, every path you didn't take, it all ends up here." I stared at them, my mind racing. "Why am I here?" I asked finally. My voice sounded small and thin in the vastness of the corridor. They tilted their head, and though their mask was blank, I got the sense they were smiling. "Because," they said, "you've lost something, and it's time you found it." Before I could ask what they meant, they stepped aside, revealing a door behind them. This one was different from the one in my living room. Smaller, plainer, painted a dull, unremarkable gray. The sight of it filled me with a strange sense of dread, though I couldn't explain why. "What's behind that door?" I asked. "Only what you've forgotten," they said simply. "I don't understand," I said. "What have I forgotten?" "That," they replied, "is for you to discover." They gestured toward the door, and I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run home and pretend none of this had happened. But I couldn't. Something in me, something I couldn't name, knew I had to see this through. I stepped toward the door and reached for the knob. The moment my fingers touched it, the mist around me shifted, turning darker, heavier, like storm clouds rolling in. The air crackled with static, and I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. What lay beyond wasn't a room. It was a memory. I was standing in the middle of a sunlit meadow, the air filled with the hum of bees and the soft rustle of grass. I knew this place. It was the field behind my grandparents' house, the one where I used to play as a child. But it wasn't just the place I recognized. It was the moment. I could see myself, years younger, sitting in the grass with my brother. He was laughing, holding up a jar filled with fireflies, their golden light flickering against the glass. I watched as the younger version of me leaned closer, her face lit with wonder. But then the memory shifted. The laughter faded, the sunlight dimmed, and the fireflies flickered out one by one. My younger self was gone, replaced by emptiness. The jar fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, and the meadow dissolved into mist once more. I turned to the masked figure, my chest tight. "What was that?" I demanded. "Why did you show me that?" "That was a moment you lost," they said. "A moment you didn't hold onto tightly enough." "I don't understand," I said, my voice breaking. "What does this have to do with me?" They didn't answer. Instead, they gestured to another door, this one slightly larger and painted a deep, rich blue. "There is more," they said, "if you're willing to see." I didn't want to. I wanted to go home, to crawl back into bed and forget this ever happened. But I couldn't. The pull was too strong. I stepped toward the next door, opened it, and stepped through. This time, the memory was different. I was sitting in a coffee shop, a half-empty cup in front of me, my phone buzzing with notifications I was ignoring. Across from me sat a man, someone I hadn't seen in years. His face was familiar, but it took me a moment to place him. Nathan, my first boyfriend. We were talking, laughing, but there was tension beneath it, an unspoken weight hanging in the air. I could see the exact moment when the conversation shifted, when the light in his eyes dimmed and he looked away. The memory blurred, fast-forwarding to the moment he stood up and left, the chair scraping against the floor. I watched myself sit there, staring at the door long after he was gone, the words I hadn't said hanging heavy in the silence. When the memory faded, I turned to the figure, my throat tight. "Why are you showing me this?" I whispered. "What's the point?" "To remind you," they said, "that every moment matters, that every choice ripples outward in ways you cannot see." "I can't go back," I said. "I can't fix it." "No," they agreed, "but you can remember, and you can choose differently moving forward." I didn't respond. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions, grief, regret, hope, and something else I couldn't name. The figure gestured to another door, but this time, I shook my head. "No more," I said. "I can't do this anymore." They inclined their head, as if they understood. "Then take this with you," they said. "The knowledge that nothing is truly lost. It is all here, waiting to be found." The corridor faded, the mist dissolving into darkness. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my living room, the clock ticking softly as it showed 3:04 a.m. The strange door was gone, but the weight of what I'd seen lingered. I sat down, staring at the clock, and for the first time in years, I felt the full weight of every second. Every moment I'd ever let slip by, every choice I'd ever made, or avoided. And I made a promise to myself, I wouldn't lose another one. When I was 28, I spent 2 months working for a delivery company that no one I talked to had ever heard of. It wasn't FedEx or UPS, or even one of those sketchy courier services that promise same-day delivery for cash-only payments. It was called Opal Deliveries. The logo on the van was just a white circle against a black background, So minimalist it barely counted as branding. I got the job through a guy I'd worked with at a warehouse, who said his cousin had done it for a while and made decent money. He was vague about the details, but the pay was better than what I was making lugging furniture for rich people who tipped poorly. So I called the number he gave me and got hired after a 5-minute phone interview. No background check, no paperwork. Just show up at this address tomorrow at 6 a.m. and don't be late. The address turned out to be an empty strip mall on the edge of the city. Well, mostly empty. One of the storefronts had a single white door with a keypad lock and no sign. When I got there, another guy was already waiting outside. A tall, wiry guy in his 40s with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He introduced himself as Greg, handed me a clipboard, and said, "You'll be riding with me today." That was it. No orientation, no training, not even a company t-shirt. I followed him to the van, which was the same unmarked black and white vehicle I'd seen in the Craigslist ad, and we were off. The first few days were uneventful. The van was already loaded when we arrived in the morning, and Greg would hand me a list of addresses scribbled in blue ink. We'd drive around the city delivering small, nondescript packages, brown boxes, plain envelopes, the occasional bubble-wrapped object that felt strangely heavy for its size. None of them had return addresses, just a single name and destination. The instructions were always the same. Ring the bell, leave the package, and don't wait for anyone to answer. If no one came to the door, just walk away. It didn't seem that weird at first. I'd worked enough odd jobs to know that some businesses operated under the radar, especially if they didn't want to deal with government regulations or taxes. But the more I learned about Opal deliveries, the more the job felt off. For starters, I never saw anyone loading the van. We'd show up in the morning, and the packages would already be there, neatly stacked and labeled, like they'd materialized overnight. Greg shrugged it off when I asked about it. "That's just how it works," he said. "Don't overthink it." Then there were the deliveries themselves. Some of the addresses were normal enough, houses, apartments, office buildings. But others were downright strange. We once delivered a package to an abandoned gas station, the windows boarded up and the pumps rusted to the point of uselessness. Another time, we left an envelope on a park bench in the middle of a rainstorm. "Does someone actually pick these up?" I asked Greg, watching the envelope soak through as we drove away. "Someone always picks them up," he replied. Like that explained anything. The strangest delivery happened about 3 weeks in. The address was a parking lot behind an old hospital that had been closed for years. When we got there, Greg handed me a small, sealed box and told me to leave it by the back door of the building. I didn't want to argue, but something about the place made my skin crawl. The windows of the hospital were shattered, and the door I was supposed to leave the package by was chained shut, as if the building was actively trying to keep something inside. I hesitated, clutching the box like it might bite me, before finally setting it down and walking back to the van as fast as I could. Greg didn't say anything when I got back in, just nodded and started driving. It wasn't until later that night, when I was lying in bed, that I realized something was wrong. I couldn't stop thinking about the box, about the faint sound I'd heard as I set it down, like something shifting inside. At first, I told myself I was imagining it, but the more I replayed the moment in my head, the more certain I became. There had been something inside that box, and it had been moving. I started paying closer attention after that. The packages all seemed normal on the outside, but I began to notice small, unsettling details. Some of them had strange smells, metallic, almost like blood. Others were too cold to the touch, like they'd been sitting in a freezer for hours. Once, when I was carrying a particularly large box, I swore I felt something shift inside, like liquid sloshing around. Greg noticed me staring at it and snapped, "Keep moving. You don't want to know what's in there." Greg was right. I didn't want to know. But that didn't stop me from being curious. One night, after he dropped me off at the strip mall, I doubled back and hid behind a dumpster, waiting to see who loaded the van. I sat there for hours, the parking lot bathed in the dim orange glow of a single streetlight, but no one ever showed up. When I finally crept back to the van and opened the rear doors, it was empty. No boxes, no envelopes, nothing. I checked my watch. It had only been 30 minutes since Greg had left. There was no way anyone could have unloaded the van that fast, especially not without me seeing them. That was the first time I thought about quitting. But quitting meant going back to my old job, to long shifts and bad tips, and the feeling that I was going nowhere. So I stayed, and things only got worse. The last delivery I ever made was to a house I didn't even know existed. It wasn't on the map, and the directions Greg gave me took us down a narrow dirt road that seemed to stretch on forever. When we finally arrived, the house was barely visible, shrouded in fog and surrounded by gnarled, leafless trees. The windows were dark, and the front door was slightly ajar, swaying in the breeze. Greg handed me a package, a plain white box, heavier than it looked, and said, "Take it inside." I stared at him, waiting for him to tell me he was joking, but his expression didn't change. "Why can't I just leave it on the porch?" I asked, my voice shaky. "It's not that kind of delivery," he said. The inside of the house was worse than the outside. The air was damp and heavy, and the walls were covered in peeling wallpaper that seemed to ripple as I walked past. The floor creaked beneath my feet, each step echoing unnaturally loud in the empty space. I didn't want to go any farther, but something compelled me to keep moving, to follow the faint sound of whispering that seemed to come from deeper inside. The whispers led me to a room at the end of a long hallway. The door was open just enough for me to see the faint glow of a light inside. My hands were shaking as I pushed it open, the box clutched tightly against my chest. The room was empty except for a single chair in the center, facing the corner. And sitting in the chair was a person, or something that looked like a person. Their head was bowed, their hands resting on their knees, and their body was unnaturally still, like a statue. I don't remember what happened after that. I must have dropped the box and run, because the next thing I knew, I was in the van, Greg's voice snapping at me to calm down as I struggled to catch my breath. "What did you see?" he asked, his tone more curious than concerned. I couldn't answer. I didn't want to answer. I just told him I was done, that I wasn't coming back, and he didn't try to stop me. I don't know what Opal Deliveries actually was, and I don't think I want to. But sometimes, late at night, I dream about that house, about the figure in the chair, and about the faint sound of whispering that never quite goes away. So I have to ask, have you ever taken a job, or done something, that made you feel like you were part of something you couldn't explain? Something you wish you'd never been involved in? If you have, I'd love to hear about it. Maybe it'll make me feel a little less like I'm still being followed. I once met someone who claimed they could smell emotions. It was at a house party, one of those strange, slightly chaotic gatherings where you only know 3 people, and everyone's balancing plastic cups filled with bad wine or worse beer. I was leaning against a bookshelf in the corner, pretending to be deeply engrossed in a dog-eared copy of Moby Dick, when she walked up to me. She had a look about her that made you pay attention. Messy hair tied back in a bandana, mismatched earrings, and an oversized shirt covered in paint stains. "You're anxious," she said, wrinkling her nose like the word itself had an odor. I blinked at her, unsure if I should be insulted or impressed. "Excuse me? You smell anxious," she repeated, like that explained anything. "It's kind of sharp, like cut grass, but not as fresh. A little sour." She tilted her head, squinting at me. "You're not a chronic worrier, though. This is situational. Social awkwardness, maybe?" I laughed, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. "Are you smelling me right now?" "Not you, exactly. Just your emotions. It's not personal." She said it like she was discussing the weather, casual and matter-of-fact, as if this was something everyone dealt with. "I can smell emotions. Have been able to since I was a kid. It's kind of annoying, honestly." I stared at her, waiting for her to crack a smile, to let me in on the joke. But her expression didn't change. She wasn't kidding. "What's it like?" I asked finally, more curious than skeptical. She sighed, leaning against the bookshelf beside me. "It's like walking through a perfume aisle at a department store, but it never stops. Everyone has a smell, and it changes all the time depending on what they're feeling. Some people are subtler than others, but in crowds like this," she gestured vaguely to the room, where 6 people were laughing and shouting over a poorly tuned guitar. "It's chaos, like 100 different smells crashing into each other. What do I smell like?" The question escaped before I could stop it. It felt absurd, but I couldn't help myself. She turned to me, her gaze sharp and assessing. Right now? Mostly nerves. Like I said, kind of grassy, but there's something else under it. Something warmer. Like cinnamon. Comfort, maybe. Or curiosity. She tilted her head, and for a moment, I felt like I was being examined under a microscope. "You're a layered one," she added with a faint smirk, and before I could respond, she walked away. I didn't catch her name that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. The idea of emotions having smells, of someone being able to sense them like that, felt impossible and strange and oddly fascinating. I wondered what it would be like to see the world the way she did, to walk through a room and know exactly what everyone around you was feeling. Would it make you more empathetic, or would it just drive you insane? A week later, I ran into her again. This time it was at a coffee shop, where she was sitting at a corner table with a notebook and a cup of something that smelled like burnt caramel. I hesitated, unsure if she'd even remember me, but before I could make up my mind, she looked up and waved me over. "Cinnamon," she said as I approached, her smirk returning. "Still there. Less anxious today, though." "Good to know," I said, sliding into the seat across from her. "You've got quite the party trick." "It's not a trick. It's just a thing." She took a sip of her drink, then added, "And it's not as fun as it sounds. You'd be surprised how many people walk around smelling like burnt tires or moldy cheese." I winced. Moldy cheese? What emotion is that? Resentment, usually. Sometimes jealousy, depending on the person. She shrugged. Anger is metallic, like rust. Fear is cold, like menthol. Happiness is weirdly inconsistent. It can be citrusy, floral, or even fizzy, like soda bubbles. Grief is wet, not like rain, but like a soaked sponge, heavy and soggy. Her descriptions were so vivid that I almost believed her, even though the rational part of my brain was screaming that this couldn't be real. "And what about you?" I asked. "What do you smell like?" Her smirk faltered, just for a second. She set her cup down and stared at me like I'd asked a deeply personal question. "I don't know," she admitted. "I can't smell myself. It's like trying to see your own face without a mirror." I thought about that for a moment. Doesn't that drive you crazy? Not knowing. "Sometimes," she said quietly. Then, brightening, she added, "But it's probably for the best. Knowing your own smell would be like carrying your worst secrets around in your pocket." We ended up talking for hours that day, long enough for the baristas to start giving us side-eye as they cleaned the counters and stacked chairs. Her name was Lena, and she was an artist, paint, mostly, though she said she dabbled in sculpture when she had the time. She told me about growing up in a small town where people looked at her like she was insane when she tried to explain her ability. She learned early on to keep it to herself, but sometimes it slipped out, like at parties when someone smelled particularly interesting. "It's not a gift," she said at one point, swirling the dregs of her coffee. "It's more like noise. Background noise that never goes away. Sometimes it's useful, like when I can tell someone's lying because their smell shifts. But mostly, it's exhausting. You can't turn it off." After that, we started hanging out more. We'd meet for coffee, or walk around the city, or sit on a park bench people watching while Lena narrated what everyone smelled like. "That guy over there," she'd say, pointing to a businessman hurrying past. "Stress. Bitter. Like black coffee left on the burner too long." "And her?" She'd nod toward a woman sitting on a bench, scrolling through her phone. "Hope. Sweet and powdery, like marshmallows." I tried to imagine what she was describing, but I couldn't. To me, the world smelled the same as always. Coffee, rain, pavement, flowers. But to Lena, it was a kaleidoscope of invisible scents, each one tied to a feeling, a thought, a fragment of someone's inner world. I wondered what it would be like to be her, to walk through life with that constant hum of information buzzing around you. Would it make you feel closer to people, or more alone? One night, we were sitting on my couch, a half-empty bottle of wine between us, when she turned to me and said, "You smell different now." "Different how?" She hesitated, biting her lip. "It's softer, warmer, like fresh bread. Safe." I laughed, unsure how to respond. "Is that a good thing?" She nodded, her expression unusually serious. "It's a very good thing." For the first time, I realized what her ability must cost her. To smell emotions was to carry a piece of everyone else's burdens, to be constantly surrounded by their joy and pain and fear, whether you wanted to or not. And yet, somehow, she carried it. She lived with it, even found ways to turn it into art, painting canvases that seemed to glow with the feelings she couldn't put into words. I don't know what I expected when I met Lena at that party, but she's changed the way I see the world. I still don't believe emotions have smells, not exactly, but sometimes, when I'm walking through the city or sitting in a crowded room, I imagine what Lena would say. And in those moments, the world feels a little bit brighter, a little bit stranger, and a whole lot more alive. When I was 8, my grandmother told me that every clock has its own heartbeat. I'd been sitting on her living room rug, surrounded by the soft tick-tocking of the countless clocks she kept on every shelf and mantel. They were all shapes and sizes. A tiny golden carriage clock, a wall clock shaped like a cat with a swinging tail, an old grandfather clock that seemed like it might swallow the room if you looked at it too long. I had asked her why she needed so many, and she just smiled, that faint, mysterious smile she always wore when she knew something I didn't. Because every clock keeps time differently, she said, even when they're set to the same hour. They beat to their own rhythm, some faster, some slower. You just have to know how to listen. At the time, I thought it was just another one of her strange little sayings, like the way she insisted you should always keep a lemon in your pocket for good luck, or how she claimed birds could understand you if you spoke to them politely. But the clocks stayed with me, their rhythms threading themselves into the background of my childhood, the way certain smells or songs do. Even after she passed and her collection was boxed up and sold, I could still hear the faint ghost of their ticking in the back of my mind. It wasn't until years later, after I moved into my first apartment, that I found my own clock. It was in a dusty antique shop on the outskirts of the city, a place I'd wandered into on a whim one rainy afternoon. The air smelled like old wood and mothballs, and the shelves were crammed with everything from porcelain teacups to faded taxidermy. I was about to leave when I saw it, tucked away on a corner shelf. A small, square clock encased in dark wood, its glass face fogged with age. It wasn't much to look at, but something about it caught my eye. I picked it up, and as soon as I held it, I felt it, like a faint vibration under my fingers, steady and warm. The shopkeeper, a wiry old man with thick glasses, noticed me holding it. "Ah, that one," he said, shuffling over. "Funny little thing, isn't it? Came in last month with a whole box of junk. Nobody else has shown much interest." "How much?" I asked. He squinted at me, then at the clock, as if he were trying to gauge whether it was worth charging me anything at all. $20 sound fair?" I handed him the cash and carried the clock home, its heartbeat pulsing faintly against my palms. At first, it seemed normal enough. It ticked quietly, its hands moving smoothly around its face, though it always seemed to be a few minutes ahead of my phone and the microwave. I didn't think much of it. If anything, I liked that it was just a little out of sync. It felt personal, like it was keeping its own version of time, just for me. But then the dreams started. The first one was simple. I was standing in my living room, the clock on the wall ticking loudly, louder than it ever had in waking life. The ticking grew faster, the sound echoing until it felt like it was coming from inside my own chest. And then the clock's hands began to spin. Not forward, but backward, faster and faster until they blurred into a single, whirring circle. When I woke up, my heart was racing, and for a moment, I could still hear the ticking, faint and far away, like it was coming from the other side of a wall. The second dream was stranger. This time, I was walking through a hallway lined with clocks, all different shapes and sizes, their ticking overlapping in an almost musical way. At the end of the hallway was a door, slightly ajar, with a faint golden light spilling through the crack. I reached for the door, but before I could open it, I woke up. Over the next few weeks, the dreams became more vivid, more detailed. In one, I was sitting in a field of tall grass, the sky above me filled with gears and cogs turning slowly, like the inner workings of some massive, celestial clock. In another, I found myself in a room that looked eerily like my grandmother's living room, except the walls were covered in mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of myself, some older, some younger, some almost unrecognizable. And in every dream, the ticking was always there, steady and unrelenting. I might have brushed it all off as my brain being weird, stress, or too much late-night scrolling. If it weren't for the fact that the clock in my apartment had started acting different, it wasn't just keeping time anymore. Some days, the hands wouldn't move at all, frozen at the exact moment I'd woken up. Other days, they'd spin wildly, completing full rotations in the span of seconds. Once, I watched as the second hand moved backward for an entire afternoon, as if it were trying to undo the day piece by piece. And then there were the shadows. They weren't obvious at first, just little flickers in the corner of my eye, like the light in the room had shifted slightly. But the more I paid attention, the more I noticed them. They always came from the direction of the clock, stretching across the walls and ceiling, faint and fluid, like ink spreading through water. Sometimes I thought I could see shapes in them, curves and edges that hinted at something almost human. But whenever I turned to look directly at them, they vanished. I should have gotten rid of the clock. I thought about it more than once, even went as far as putting it in a box and leaving it by the door. But every time, I found myself hesitating. It wasn't just the dreams or the shadows or the strange way time seemed to bend around it. It was the heartbeat, that faint, steady vibration, always there when I touched it, always pulsing just slightly faster than my own. It felt alive, in a way that made it impossible to throw away. One night, after another dream where the door at the end of the hallway stayed maddeningly out of reach, I decided I needed answers. I pulled the clock off the wall and sat down with it on the floor, the room dimly lit by the glow of a single lamp. I ran my fingers over its wooden casing, its glass face, the tiny brass screws holding it together. And then I felt it, a small, almost imperceptible groove on the back, like the edge of a hidden compartment. I grabbed a screwdriver and pried it open. Inside was something I didn't expect, a key. It was small, made of tarnished silver, with a delicate filigree pattern etched into the handle. I held it up to the light, turning it over in my hands, and for a moment, I felt that strange, familiar pull in my chest. The same pull I'd felt as a child, sitting in my grandmother's living room, surrounded by the soft ticking of her clocks. The key didn't fit anything in my apartment. I tried drawers, cabinets, even the lock on my front door, but nothing worked. It wasn't until I glanced at the clock again, its hands frozen at 12:07, that I noticed something I hadn't before. The center of the clock face, where the hands were attached, had a small, keyhole-shaped indentation. My hands trembled as I inserted the key and turned it. The ticking stopped. The room seemed to hold its breath, the air suddenly thick and heavy. And then, slowly, the clock face began to glow, a soft, golden light that spilled out like liquid, pooling on the floor around me. The light grew brighter, warmer, until it wasn't just light anymore. It was a doorway made of light, hanging impossibly in the air, its edges shimmering like heat waves. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at it. I don't know why I stood up or why I stepped through. All I know is that the moment I did, the ticking started again, louder than ever, and the world around me shifted. And now I'm here, wherever here is. The clocks are everywhere. Some are massive, towering over me like ancient monuments, their gears grinding slowly. Others are small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Their ticking so faint it's almost imperceptible. The sky above me is a swirling sea of stars and cogs, and the air hums with the rhythm of 1,000 different heartbeats, all beating to their own time. I don't know if I'm dreaming. I don't know if I'll ever find my way back, but I think I understand now what my grandmother meant. Every clock has its own heartbeat, and sometimes, if you listen closely enough, it'll lead you somewhere you didn't know you needed to go. There's this diner at the edge of town that looks like it belongs in another decade. Not in a nostalgic, well-preserved way, but like it somehow missed every renovation since the 1970s and doesn't care to catch up. The sign outside just says EATS in flickering neon, and the windows are always slightly fogged, no matter the season. It's the kind of place where the coffee tastes like burnt toast. The jukebox is stuck on a rotation of old country songs, and you don't go unless you have nowhere else to be. That's probably why I ended up there that night. I slid into a booth in the corner, the cracked vinyl seat making a faint squeak beneath me. The place was mostly empty, just a trucker at the counter nursing a cup of coffee and a tired-looking waitress refilling the ketchup bottles. I wasn't there for the food. I wasn't even hungry. I just needed somewhere quiet, somewhere far from the noise in my head. I ordered a black coffee and stared out the window, watching the headlights of passing cars smear against the dark. I didn't notice her until she sat down across from me. One moment I was alone, and the next, she was there, sliding into the booth as if it was the most natural thing in the world. She had a knit hat pulled low over her ears, strands of hair curling out in every direction, and a leather jacket that looked too big for her. She didn't say anything at first, just tilted her head and studied me with this sharp, unsettling kind of curiosity, like she was trying to figure out if I was real or not. Can I help you?" I asked finally, caught between confusion and mild annoyance. "You're in my booth," she said, as if that answered everything. I glanced around. The diner was practically empty, with at least a dozen other booths she could have chosen. "There's literally no one else here," I said. "Pick another one." She shrugged, leaning back against the seat. "I like this one. It's got the best view." "Of what?" "You," she said deadpan, and for a second, I thought she was messing with me. Then she smiled, small and faint, like she was letting me in on some private joke. "Relax. I'm not stalking you or anything. I just needed a place to sit. You're already sitting." "Exactly." I stared at her, trying to decide whether to push the issue or just let it go. There was something disarming about her, like she was completely at ease in her own skin, even when she was invading someone else's space. Before I could say anything else, the waitress came over and set down my coffee, barely glancing at the girl before walking away. "So," the girl said, wrapping her hands around the mug as if it was hers, "what are you doing here?" "Drinking coffee," I said, my tone a little sharper than I intended. "Or trying to." "No, I mean here," she said, motioning vaguely around the diner. "This place. At this time of night. You don't look like you belong." I frowned. "And what do I look like?" "Like you should be somewhere else," she said simply. "Anywhere else?" I didn't know how to respond to that, so I didn't. Instead, I picked up my coffee and took a sip, wincing at the bitter, burnt taste. She watched me, her eyes bright and unrelenting, like she was waiting for me to crack. When I didn't, she leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. "I'm Quinn," she said, "in case you were wondering." I wasn't. "Fair enough. But now you know." I sighed, setting down my mug. "Look, Quinn, no offense, but if you're looking for company, you picked the wrong person. I'm not exactly in the mood for small talk." "Good," she said. "I hate small talk." "Then why are you here?" Her smile widened, just a fraction. "I told you. This is my booth." It was obvious I wasn't going to win this argument, so I decided to ignore her and focus on my coffee instead. She didn't seem to mind. She leaned back again, her fingers drumming lightly on the edge of the table, and started humming along to the faint twang of a Johnny Cash song crackling from the jukebox. After a few minutes, she spoke again, her voice softer this time. "You don't come here often, do you?" "No. Didn't think so. Most people who show up here this late are regulars. Or lost." "Maybe I'm both," I muttered. She tilted her head, studying me again with that same piercing curiosity. "You don't look lost. You look stuck." The comment caught me off guard, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. I opened my mouth to deny it, but the words didn't come. Instead, I found myself staring into my coffee, the swirling reflection of the diner lights blurring in the dark liquid. Quinn didn't press me. She just waited, her hands resting lightly on the table, her presence strangely grounding despite the fact that I barely knew her. Finally, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "I guess I am," I said quietly. "Stuck?" She nodded, as if she'd expected that answer. "Why? Does it matter?" "It matters to you," she said. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be here." I hesitated, the words lodged in my throat. I wasn't used to talking about these things. Not to strangers, not to anyone, but something about Quinn made it feel easier. Like she wouldn't judge me for whatever came out. I don't know, I said finally. I feel like I'm just going through the motions, you know? Like I'm stuck in this loop, doing the same things over and over and expecting something to change, but it never does, and I don't know how to get out of it. She was quiet for a moment, her gaze steady and thoughtful. Then she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a small, battered notebook. She flipped it open, scribbled something on a page, and tore it out, sliding it across the table to me. "What's this?" I asked, picking up the scrap of paper. "An address," she said, "and a time. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Be there." I frowned. "Why?" "Because it's something different," she said, standing up and slipping the notebook back into her pocket. "And because you won't figure out how to get unstuck by sitting in a diner all night." Before I could argue, she turned and walked out, the bell above the door jingling softly as she disappeared into the night. I sat there for a long time, staring at the address on the paper. I didn't recognize it, but something about her words stuck with me. Something about the way she'd said it, so sure and certain, made me want to believe her. The next night, I found myself standing outside an old, brick building on the edge of downtown. The address on the paper matched, though there was no sign or anything to indicate what the place was. Just a heavy wooden door and a faint hum of music coming from inside. I almost turned around, almost convinced myself it was a bad idea, that I didn't belong here. But then I thought of Quinn's sharp smile, her quiet certainty, and I pushed the door open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of candle wax and something faintly floral. The room was dimly lit, filled with mismatched furniture and an eclectic crowd of people who all seemed to know each other. In the corner, someone was playing a guitar, the soft melody weaving through the quiet murmur of conversation. And there, sitting on a worn leather couch with her legs tucked beneath her, was Quinn. She looked up as I walked in, her smile widening as she saw me. "Hey," she said, motioning for me to join her. "Took you long enough." I didn't know what I'd expected to find at that address, but whatever it wasn't this. It wasn't her. But as I sat down beside her, the weight I'd been carrying for months felt just a little bit lighter. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel stuck. I felt like I'd found something I didn't even know I was looking for. Have you ever met someone who made you feel like the world was bigger than you thought it was? The night I learned my father had a secret life was the same night the letter came. I was sitting in the kitchen, surrounded by the remains of a half-eaten dinner and the low hum of the refrigerator, when the knock at the door shattered the silence. It was an odd hour for visitors, nearly 10 o'clock, and we didn't exactly live in the kind of neighborhood where people dropped by unannounced. My dad was still at work, or at least I thought he was, so it was just me. I opened the door to find a man I'd never seen before standing on the porch. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with a face that looked like it had been carved out of stone. He wore a gray overcoat, the kind you'd see in movies about private detectives, and held a single envelope in his gloved hand. He didn't say hello, didn't introduce himself. He just extended the envelope toward me like it weighed more than it should have. "For your father," he said, his voice low and clipped, like he was speaking through clenched teeth. I stared at him for a moment, the envelope suspended between us. "He's not home," I said, unsure of what else to say. "I can." "You'll do." He cut me off, pushing the envelope into my hands. His fingers brushed against mine, and I flinched at how cold they were, like he'd been holding snow. "Make sure he gets it." Before I could ask who he was or what this was about, he turned and walked back into the darkness, his figure disappearing before I even heard his footsteps reach the end of the driveway. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty street, the envelope in my hand feeling heavier by the second. When I finally went back inside, I turned the envelope over. It was thick, made of a rough, yellowish paper, and sealed with an actual wax stamp. The symbol pressed into the wax wasn't anything I recognized. A simple circle with a jagged line running through it, like a cracked coin. There was no address, no name, no writing at all, just the seal. For a long moment, I just stared at it. Something about it felt wrong. Not like dangerous wrong, but out of place, like finding a piece of a puzzle that didn't belong in the box. I thought about waiting for my dad to come home before I opened it, but I knew myself better than that. My curiosity always won. I broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded twice. The handwriting was elegant, almost painfully neat, written in black ink that shimmered faintly under the kitchen light. At first, I didn't understand it. "The clock strikes 13 tonight. Tell him it's time to remember." That was it. No signature. No explanation. I read it again and again, but the words refused to make sense. The clock strikes 13? What did that even mean? And who was I supposed to tell? My dad? About what? Time to remember what? I set the letter down on the table and tried to calm the nervous flutter building in my chest. I told myself it was probably a mistake, some weird cryptic nonsense that had nothing to do with us. But the words stuck to me, like they were waiting for me to unravel them. When my dad came home an hour later, I was still sitting in the kitchen, the letter folded neatly in front of me. He looked tired. His tie loosened and his shoulders slumped, but when he saw the envelope, he stopped cold. "Where did you get that?" he asked, his voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. I told him about the man on the porch, the way he'd handed me the envelope and disappeared into the night. My dad didn't say anything at first. He just stood there, staring at the letter like it was a ghost. "Dad," I said, my voice quieter now. He blinked, shaking his head as though snapping out of a daze. Without a word, he grabbed the envelope and turned it over in his hands, his fingers brushing over the broken seal. I thought he might read it, but he didn't. Instead, he folded it back into the envelope and slipped it into his jacket pocket. "Go to bed," he said, his voice low. "Wait, what's it about? Who was that guy? What does it mean?" I said go to bed. His tone left no room for argument. I went upstairs, but I didn't sleep. I could hear him pacing in the living room below, his footsteps uneven, his breathing heavy. I thought about going down, pressing him for answers, but something told me it wasn't the time. At exactly midnight, the pacing stopped. I waited, straining to hear anything, but the house had gone silent. Slowly, I crept out of bed and tiptoed to the top of the stairs. The light in the living room was off, but I could see a faint glow spilling in from the front hallway. I made my way down, careful to avoid the spots on the stairs that creaked, and peeked around the corner. The front door was open, and my dad was gone. I stepped outside, the cool night air prickling my skin. The street was empty, the houses dark, but I could see something on the sidewalk just beyond the porch. The letter. It was lying face up on the pavement, the broken seal glinting faintly under the streetlight. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and unfolded the paper. The words had changed. "Follow him." My stomach tightened, and I looked up. That's when I saw it. A figure in the distance, walking steadily down the road toward the woods at the edge of town. Even from far away, I could tell it was my dad. The way he walked, the set of his shoulders, I'd know it anywhere. I don't know why I followed him. Maybe it was the letter, or maybe it was the fear of not knowing. Either way, I found myself slipping on my sneakers and stepping into the cool grass, the letter clenched tightly in my hand. The woods were darker than I'd ever seen them. The trees swallowed the moonlight, casting jagged shadows across the ground, and the air was thick with the smell of damp leaves and earth. My dad didn't look back, didn't seem to notice me as he moved deeper into the forest. Finally, he stopped. There was a clearing ahead, and in the center of it was something I couldn't explain. A clock. It was massive, standing at least 10 feet tall, with an ornate face and hands that looked like they were made of wrought iron. The numbers were strange, unfamiliar, spiraling outward in a pattern that made my head hurt if I looked at them too long. And the hands weren't pointing to 12. They were pointing to 13. My dad knelt in front of it, his head bowed, and for a moment, I thought he might be praying. But then the clock began to move. It didn't tick. It hummed. A deep, resonant hum that made the air vibrate and the ground tremble beneath my feet. My dad raised his head, and in the faint light of the clock's face, I saw his expression. Relief. And then he spoke, his voice low and steady, the words unfamiliar but carrying the weight of something ancient, something older than the forest, older than him, older than anything I'd ever known. The hands on the clock spun faster, the numbers glowing brighter, and the hum grew louder, filling the clearing with a sound that felt alive. I wanted to run. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around and get as far away as possible, but I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot, watching as the clock's glow enveloped my dad, as his figure blurred and shifted and vanished. The hum stopped, the clearing went dark, and I was alone. I don't remember getting home. When I woke up the next morning, the letter was gone, and my dad's car wasn't in the driveway. He never came back. I've been to the woods a dozen times since then, but the clock is gone too. Sometimes, at night, I hear the hum, and when I do, I know the clock is still out there, waiting for someone else to remember. There was a man who stood on the same corner every Friday evening. He wasn't asking for money, wasn't holding a sign, wasn't busking or selling flowers. He just stood there, right where Main Street crossed Elm, with a suitcase in one hand and a bundle of yellow balloons in the other. The first time I saw him, I thought maybe he was waiting for someone, but then I noticed the way he didn't check his watch, didn't look at his phone, didn't scan the faces of people passing by. He just stood there, still as a statue, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one as the evening faded into night. I didn't pay much attention at first. My office was a block away, and I passed by that intersection every Friday on my way to grab dinner at a nearby food truck. The balloons made me glance at him, bright yellow against the gray of the street, but I never lingered. After a few weeks, though, I started to notice he was always there. Same corner, same suitcase, same bundle of balloons. His clothes didn't look strange or out of place, just a plain gray suit and polished shoes. But there was something about him that made people instinctively step around him, like he was an immovable object in the flow of the city. I tried not to stare, but curiosity got the better of me one evening as I passed him. I stopped a few feet away and pretended to scroll through my phone, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. Up close, he looked younger than I'd expected. Maybe late 30s, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that didn't blink nearly as often as they should. The balloons weren't tied with ribbon, like most balloons you'd see, but with thin, almost thread-like silver strings. And the suitcase looked old. Not vintage in a charming way, but old like it had been carried through decades of rain and dirt and hard travel. It was scuffed, the leather cracked and worn, but the brass latches gleamed like they'd been polished that morning. "Excuse me," I said finally, my voice breaking the low hum of traffic and distant conversation. "Do you need help with something?" He turned his head slowly, his movements deliberate, and looked at me for the first time. His gaze was piercing, like he was trying to decide whether I was worth answering. For a moment, I thought he might ignore me entirely, but then he tilted his head slightly and said, "No." His voice was calm, almost too calm, like he had all the time in the world. He turned back to the street, leaving me standing there with my unanswered questions. I wanted to press him, to ask why he was standing there, what the balloons were for, what was in the suitcase. But there was something in his presence that made me hesitate. Instead, I muttered an awkward, "Okay, then," and walked away. That should have been the end of it. A weird encounter in a city full of weird encounters. But I couldn't stop thinking about him. The next Friday, I found myself slowing down as I approached the corner. Sure enough, he was there, standing exactly where I'd seen him before. The same balloons, the same suitcase, the same stillness. I started noticing other things, too, like how no one else seemed to acknowledge him. They saw him, people would glance at the balloons or step aside to avoid bumping into him, but no one stopped to talk to him. No one asked what he was doing or why he was there. He might as well have been part of the scenery, a street light or a mailbox. But I couldn't let it go. Every week, I told myself I wouldn't stop, that I'd just keep walking. And every week, I found myself standing on the corner, trying to come up with an excuse to talk to him. "Are you selling those balloons?" I asked one week. "No." "Are you waiting for someone?" "No." "Do you live around here?" His eyes flicked toward me, sharp and unsettling. "Does it matter?" I didn't have an answer to that. I just stood there, feeling stupid and frustrated as he turned his attention back to the street. The turning point came on a rainy Friday in late October. I almost didn't go out that evening. The rain was cold and steady, and the thought of leaving my apartment seemed less appealing than ordering pizza and staying in. But something pulled me out the door, some restless energy I couldn't shake. When I reached the corner, I half expected him to be gone. who stands in the rain holding balloons. But there he was, as if the weather hadn't touched him at all. His suit was dry, the balloons bright and cheerful despite the gloom. I stopped under the awning of a coffee shop, watching him for a long time, the sound of rain muffling the city around us. Finally, I stepped out into the rain and walked up to him. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice louder than I'd intended. "Every Friday, you're here. You don't do anything, you don't say anything. What's the point?" He didn't look at me this time. His eyes stayed on the street, his grip steady on the suitcase and the balloons. For a moment, I thought he might ignore me again. But then he said, "Do you want to find out?" I blinked. "Find out what?" He tilted his head slightly, a ghost of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "What's in the suitcase?" I hadn't been expecting that. My gaze dropped to the battered leather case, and I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. "What's in it?" I asked, my voice quieter now. "Take a balloon," he said, ignoring my question. I hesitated. The balloons looked ordinary, apart from the silver strings. But there was something about the way he held them that made them feel heavier than they should have been. "Why?" "Because you want to know," he said simply. Against my better judgment, I reached out and took one. The string felt strange in my hand. Not like thread, but more like metal, thin and flexible. The balloon itself was weightless, but the moment I touched it, I felt a strange tug in my chest, like I was being pulled toward something I couldn't see. The man stepped closer, his gaze locking onto mine. "If you want to know," he said, his voice low, "you have to follow where it leads." "Where what leads?" I asked, but even as I spoke, the balloon tugged gently at the string, pulling my hand forward. It wasn't forceful, but it was insistent, like it had somewhere to be and expected me to come along. I glanced back at the man, but he was already turning away, his attention back on the street. The balloon tugged again, and this time, I let it guide me. I walked for what felt like hours, though I couldn't have said how far I went. The city around me seemed to blur, the edges of buildings and streetlights fading into shadows. The balloon floated ahead of me, pulling me down streets I didn't recognize, past places I could have sworn didn't exist. The rain stopped at some point, but I didn't notice until I looked up and realized the sky was clear, filled with more stars than I'd ever seen in the city. Eventually, the balloon stopped. I was standing in front of a door, plain, wooden, with no sign or number to mark it. The balloon tugged one last time, then went still, hovering just above the ground. I stood there for a long time, staring at the door, the string slack in my hand. Whatever was behind it, I knew it wasn't something I could unsee. But the balloon had brought me here for a reason, and some part of me knew I couldn't turn back. I let the string go, and the balloon floated gently upward, disappearing into the night. Then I opened the door. What was behind it? That's the funny thing. I couldn't tell you, even if I wanted to, because whatever was in there, it wasn't meant for words. It was meant for me. And when I walked out again, the corner of Main and Elm was empty. No man, no balloons, just me, standing in the rain, trying to remember how to breathe. Have you ever had something pull you toward a place you didn't understand, but somehow knew you were meant to find? There's a house at the end of Hawthorne Street that shouldn't exist, not because it's too strange or too old or too haunted, though all of those things might be true, but because it simply wasn't there before. I don't mean it was hidden behind trees or under renovation. I mean it wasn't there. One day, the corner lot was an overgrown patch of weeds with a sagging chain-link fence, and the next, there it was, a two-story Victorian, complete with a wraparound porch, gabled roof, and windows that seemed too clean for a house that looked so old. I noticed it on my way home from work one evening. The sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the street, and as I turned the corner, there it was, perfectly placed like it had always been there. My first thought was that I must have missed it somehow, though I couldn't imagine how. I'd walked that street nearly every day for years. The house was impossible to miss. What struck me most was how new it looked and yet how weathered. The paint on the siding was a deep, unblemished gray, but the porch steps creaked faintly under the weight of the wind. The windows were free of grime, but there was a faint, mossy smell in the air, like the house had been uprooted from somewhere else and replanted here. And on the front door, there was a brass knocker shaped like a crescent moon, polished so perfectly it gleamed in the fading light. I stopped walking. Something about the house didn't sit right with me, though I couldn't explain why. It wasn't threatening, exactly, just wrong, like a misplaced piece in an otherwise familiar puzzle. I thought about crossing the street, pretending I hadn't noticed it, but my feet didn't move. Instead, I stood there on the sidewalk, staring at the house as if it might blink or breathe or vanish. And then the door opened. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It didn't creak or swing open on its own. It just opened, the brass knocker catching the last rays of sunlight as it swung gently on its hinge. A woman stepped out, and for a moment, I thought she might be a trick of the light. She was tall and thin, her movements unnervingly fluid, like someone in a dream. Her dress was pale blue, the kind of blue you only see in old photographs, and her hair was dark and pinned back in a style that didn't quite match the present day. She didn't look at me, not at first. She was holding something in her hands, a jar, I think, though it was hard to tell in the dim light. And as she stepped onto the porch, she turned her head slightly, just enough for me to see her profile. That's when she smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't unfriendly, either. It was a smile that said she knew something I didn't, something she wasn't planning to share. She didn't say anything, didn't wave, or call out or ask what I was doing standing there. She just turned, walked down the porch steps, and disappeared around the side of the house, leaving the door open behind her. I should have walked away. I should have gone home, closed my curtains, and pretended I hadn't seen any of it. But curiosity has a way of digging its claws into you, and before I could stop myself, I was walking up the path to the house. The closer I got, the heavier the air felt, like the house itself was pressing against me. The porch steps groaned softly under my weight, and I hesitated, half expecting the woman to reappear. She didn't. The door was still open. I don't know what I expected to find inside. Dusty furniture? Cobwebs? Maybe an empty shell, like the kind of house you see on those ghost hunting shows. But the moment I stepped through the door, I realized I was wrong. The house wasn't empty. It was full of noise, full of light, full of movement that shouldn't have been possible. The walls were lined with bookshelves, each one packed so tightly that the spines seemed to blur together in a cascade of color. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something metallic, and the floor beneath me wasn't wood or carpet but something smooth and dark, like polished stone. In the center of the room was a table, round and low, with a single candle burning in its center. The flame didn't flicker, even though I could feel a faint breeze brushing against my skin. But it was the mirrors that stopped me. They were everywhere, on the walls, on the shelves, even hanging from the ceiling like chandeliers. None of them reflected the room I was standing in. Instead, they showed other places. A dark forest, a sunlit field, a narrow alleyway slick with rain. The images shifted slowly, like paintings coming to life, and as I stepped closer to one, I thought I saw something move on the other side. Beautiful, aren't they? The voice came from behind me, soft but unmistakable. I turned quickly, my pulse racing, but the woman was already standing by the table, her hands folded neatly in front of her. She didn't look surprised to see me. If anything, she looked amused. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely louder than a whisper. She tilted her head, studying me with those sharp, dark eyes. "A collection," she said simply. "A collection of what?" Her smile returned, faint but deliberate. "Stories." I didn't know what to say. My gaze flicked back to the mirrors, to the shifting images that seemed to ripple like water. "These are stories?" She nodded, stepping closer to one of the mirrors. Her reflection didn't appear in the glass. Instead, the image showed a vast desert, its sands glittering under an unnaturally bright sky. "Every mirror holds a story," she said. "Some are still unfolding. Others have already ended. And a few," she paused, her fingers brushing the edge of the frame, "a few are waiting to be told." I wanted to ask what that meant, but my throat felt dry. The air in the room seemed heavier now, the faint hum of the mirrors vibrating in my chest. "Would you like to see yours?" she asked. The question caught me off guard. My what? Your story." She gestured to a small, oval mirror hanging near the door. Its frame was simple, unadorned, and its surface was blank, reflecting nothing but the dim light of the room. "It's right there." I took a step back, my instinct screaming at me to leave, but something in her gaze held me in place. I glanced at the mirror again, its empty surface impossibly still, and before I could stop myself, I asked, "What happens if I look?" Her smile widened, just slightly. "That depends on you." The room felt too quiet now, the hum of the mirrors fading into silence. My hands were trembling, though I couldn't tell if it was from fear or curiosity. I took a step toward the mirror, then another, until I was close enough to see my reflection. Except it wasn't my reflection. It was me, but not me. I was standing in a room I didn't recognize, holding something in my hands. A jar. The same jar the woman had been carrying earlier. The image shifted. I saw myself walking through a dark forest, the trees pressing in on all sides. Then standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down at a sea that shimmered like glass. Then running, my breath ragged, my footsteps echoing in an empty hall. I turned away, my chest tight. "What is this?" I demanded, but the woman was gone. The room was empty now, the candle on the table extinguished. The mirrors were dark, their surfaces smooth and lifeless. I stumbled back out onto the porch, the night air cold against my skin. The house was silent, its windows dark, and when I looked back at the door, it was closed. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at that brass crescent moon on the door. I don't know why I didn't leave sooner, but when I finally walked away, the image from the mirror stayed with me. Me, holding that jar, staring into something I couldn't quite see. I haven't gone back to the house, but sometimes, late at night, I catch my reflection in the window, and for a split second, it's not my face looking back. It's the version of me from the mirror, waiting for something. Something I don't think I'm ready to understand. The lake wasn't on any map. I'd been hiking the trail behind my uncle's cabin for years and never seen it before. It wasn't a large trail, just a looping path that wound through a cluster of pine trees and circled back around to a rocky clearing overlooking the valley. Every time I visited, I walked it, always ending up back where I started, sweaty and satisfied, brushing pine needles off my boots. But that morning, something felt different. The trail seemed longer, somehow, the air thicker. The usual markers, fallen logs, crooked stumps, were still there, but spaced farther apart, as though the forest had quietly stretched itself overnight. I told myself I was imagining it. Maybe the sunlight filtering through the trees was playing tricks on me. Maybe the late summer humidity was slowing me down. I almost turned back, but that was when I smelled it, water. Not the faint, crisp scent of mountain streams, but something heavier, more metallic. The lake came into view as I rounded a bend I was certain hadn't been there before. It wasn't like the glassy, picturesque lakes you see on postcards. It was unnervingly still, the kind of stillness that makes you feel like something is holding its breath. The surface was dark, nearly black, reflecting the trees around it in a warped, smudged way, like a half-forgotten memory. I stepped closer, boots crunching against the dry pine needles. The lake was small, bordered by tall reeds and jagged rocks that jutted out of the ground like broken teeth. There was no ripple, no movement, just that still, inky water stretching out in front of me. Something about it made my skin crawl. Not fear, exactly, something quieter, deeper. The kind of discomfort that makes your body want to step away even when your mind hasn't figured out why. But I didn't step away. Instead, I crouched by the edge, staring at my reflection. It was hard to make out, blurred and shadowed. Like the water didn't quite know how to show me back to myself. I leaned closer, the smell of the lake stronger now, thick and briny, and reached out to touch it. The instant my fingers broke the surface, the reflection changed. It wasn't me anymore. The face staring back was older, haggard, hollow. The skin sagged, the eyes dull and empty, as though something had drained the life out of them. I stumbled back, my hand dripping with cold, oily water, and the face didn't follow. It just stared at the spot where I had been, unmoving, unblinking. I wiped my hand against my jeans, my heart hammering, and told myself I'd imagined it. I hadn't slept well the night before. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe the forest air was making me lightheaded. I didn't believe any of it, but it was enough to get me back on my feet. I glanced over my shoulder as I walked away, half expecting the reflection to still be there, watching me. But the water was blank again, smooth and empty, as if it had never been disturbed. The rest of the hike felt wrong. The trees were too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, no scurrying squirrels. Just the faint sound of my own footsteps and the thud of my pulse in my ears. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself it was just the lingering creepiness of the lake, but it stayed with me, heavy and sharp. When I got back to the cabin, I didn't mention the lake to my uncle. He was sitting on the porch, whittling something out of a block of wood, and gave me a quick nod as I walked past him into the house. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to distract myself, flipping through old magazines, making tea, watching the sunlight crawl across the floorboards. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. By evening, the sun had dipped low enough that the shadows stretched long across the yard, and the memory of the lake felt less like a bad dream and more like an itch I couldn't scratch. Against my better judgment, I grabbed a flashlight and headed back down the trail. The forest looked different in the twilight. The trees seemed closer, their branches weaving together to block out what little light remained. I had to push through thick underbrush to get to the bend where the lake had been, and for a moment, I thought it was gone. But then the trees opened up, and there it was, as still and dark as before. The air around the lake felt colder now, biting against my skin even though the evening was warm. The reeds swayed faintly, though there was no wind, and the surface of the water seemed darker, deeper, as though it had absorbed the fading light of the day. I didn't crouch down this time. I stood at the edge, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand as I swept it across the water. The light didn't reflect the way it should have. It disappeared into the blackness, swallowed whole, and for a moment, I thought I saw movement. Something shifting just beneath the surface, too quick to make out. Hello? The word left my mouth before I realized I was saying it, my voice small and shaky against the vast stillness. The surface rippled. It wasn't a ripple caused by wind or a tossed stone. It was deliberate, circular, as though something beneath the water had stirred and sent the movement outward. My flashlight flickered, the beam dimming for a moment before steadying again, and I felt a strange pressure in the air, like the forest itself was leaning closer to watch. And then the reflection appeared. Not mine. Not the older, hollow version I'd seen earlier. This one was someone else entirely. A woman. She was pale, her hair dark and matted, clinging to the sides of her face like wet seaweed. Her eyes were wide and glassy, her lips cracked and blue, and she was staring directly at me. I stumbled back, the flashlight shaking in my hand, and the reflection moved closer. It didn't match my position. It rose, as though she were standing up from the depths of the water, her head and shoulders emerging above the surface even though the lake itself remained perfectly smooth. She opened her mouth, and no sound came out, but I felt it, a rush of cold air, sharp and bitter, carrying with it the faintest echo of words I couldn't understand. My ears rang, my chest tightening as though the air had been sucked out of the clearing, and the flashlight slipped from my hand, landing with a dull thud against the dirt. I turned and ran. The forest felt endless, the trees closing in around me as my breath came in shallow, panicked bursts. I tripped once, my knees slamming into the ground, but I scrambled back up without looking behind me. I couldn't look. When I burst through the cabin door, my uncle was still on the porch, his carving knife in hand. He looked up, startled, as I slammed the door shut and bolted it behind me. "What the hell's wrong with you?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. My chest heaved, my hands shaking as I leaned against the door, trying to block out the lingering chill that clung to my skin. That night, I didn't sleep. The next morning, I told my uncle about the lake. I expected him to laugh, to shake his head and tell me I'd imagined it, but instead, his expression darkened. "There's no lake on that trail," he said. I insisted, describing it in detail. The reeds, the rocks, the smell of the water. But he just shook his head. "I've lived here 30 years, he said. "Walked that trail more times than I can count. There's no lake." I left that afternoon, cutting my trip short, but I can't stop thinking about it. The woman, the reflection, the pressure in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. And sometimes, late at night, I wake up to the faint smell of water, heavy and metallic, and I hear the soft echo of words I still can't understand. When I was 9, I discovered a house that wasn't supposed to exist. It sat at the end of a cul-de-sac in my neighborhood, the kind of quiet suburban street where nothing ever really happens. The house was small and ordinary at first glance, with faded gray siding and a slanted roof, the kind of place that seemed invisible unless you were looking for it. But I swear it wasn't there before. One day, as I was riding my bike, I turned the corner and nearly skidded to a stop, staring at this new thing that had quietly appeared where there used to be nothing. What made it weirder was that no one else seemed to notice. I asked my mom about it that night while she was cutting vegetables for dinner. "You know the cul-de-sac on Birchwood?" I said, trying to sound casual. "Did they, build a new house there?" She didn't look up. "That house has been there for years," she said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. I dropped it, but something about her tone didn't sit right with me, like she was saying what she was supposed to say instead of what she actually believed. The next day, I went back to the cul-de-sac, determined to get a closer look. The house felt wrong, not in a haunted, spooky way, but in a way that made my skin prickle, like the air around it was heavier than it should have been. The windows were dark, the blinds drawn tight, and the lawn looked overgrown. The grass too long and wild for a neighborhood where everyone else kept their yards meticulously trimmed. There was no car in the driveway, no sign of life. But the mailbox had a name printed on it in faded block letters: the Holloways. I didn't know any Holloways. My mom didn't know any Holloways. No one in my entire neighborhood had ever mentioned them, and I couldn't imagine people moving into a place like ours without at least one nosy neighbor making a fuss. It felt like the house had just dropped out of the sky, fully formed, with no one to live in it. I wanted to walk up to the door, to knock and see if anyone answered, but something stopped me. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like respect, like the house was daring me to cross some invisible boundary, and I knew that if I did, I'd be crossing into a world I didn't understand. Instead, I stood on the sidewalk, staring at it until my hands started to sweat and my heart felt too loud in my chest. Eventually, I got back on my bike and rode home, telling myself it didn't matter. But I kept going back. Week after week, I found myself pedaling toward that cul-de-sac, as if the house had sunk its hooks into me and was pulling me closer without ever actually moving. Nothing about it changed. The lawn stayed overgrown, the blinds stayed closed, and no one ever came or went. But every time I stood there, staring at it, I felt like I was being watched, like something just behind the walls of the house was aware of me in a way I couldn't explain. Then, one afternoon, I saw the cat. It was sitting on the front porch, licking its paw with the kind of calm precision that only cats seem to have. It was a mottled gray and white thing, skinny but not scruffy, with sharp green eyes that gleamed like polished stones. When I stopped my bike at the edge of the driveway, it froze, its paw hovering midair. For a moment, we just stared at each other, and I swear I felt it sizing me up, like it was deciding whether I was worth its attention. Then, without breaking eye contact, it stood, stretched, and padded toward the door. The weird thing was that the door opened for it. I mean that literally. The door just swung open. No one was there. No hand turned the knob. It moved silently, smoothly, as though it had been waiting for the cat to approach. The cat slipped inside, its tail flicking once before disappearing into the dark, and the door shut behind it with a soft click. I sat there for a long time, my hands gripping the handlebars of my bike so tightly that my knuckles ached. Something about the way the door had moved made me feel like I wasn't supposed to have seen it, like I'd accidentally glimpsed a scene from a play I wasn't invited to watch. I wanted to leave, to pedal away as fast as I could, but my legs wouldn't move. The house felt alive in a way it hadn't before, its silence heavy with a kind of awareness that made my skin crawl. I didn't tell anyone about the cat, or the door, or the way the air had felt that afternoon. Not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't figure out how to say it without sounding like I was making it up. So I kept it to myself, filing it away in the part of my brain reserved for things I didn't understand. And I tried, really tried, not to go back. That lasted about a week. When I returned to the cul-de-sac, I wasn't sure what I was looking for. The cat? The door opening again? Some kind of proof that I hadn't imagined the whole thing? But the house looked the same as always, quiet, overgrown, and utterly indifferent to my presence. I leaned my bike against a lamppost and stepped onto the lawn, the long grass brushing against my shins. My heart was pounding, but I didn't stop. I walked up to the front porch, my sneakers creaking on the wooden steps, and raised my hand to knock. Before I could, the door opened. It wasn't sudden or dramatic, just the same smooth, deliberate motion I'd seen before. And there, in the doorway, was the cat. It stared up at me, its green eyes unblinking, and for a moment, I felt like I'd walked into someone else's dream. Then, without a sound, it turned and disappeared into the house. I should have left. I should have turned around and run home, pretended this was all some weird prank, and never looked back. But something pulled me forward, past the threshold and into the house. The air inside was cool and still, the kind of stillness that feels older than time. The walls were bare, the floor scuffed and uneven, and the faint smell of damp wood hung in the air. There was no furniture, no pictures, nothing to suggest that anyone had ever lived there. Just empty space. The cat was waiting for me at the foot of a staircase, its tail flicking lazily. It meowed once, a sharp, insistent sound, and then padded up the stairs without looking back. I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat, but I followed. The stairs creaked beneath my weight, each step sounding louder than the last. At the top, the hallway stretched out in both directions, dimly lit by light seeping through cracks in the blinds. The cat sat in the middle of the floor, staring at a door at the far end of the hall. Its tail twitched, and it let out another sharp meow before walking toward the door and slipping through the crack where it had been left slightly ajar. I stood there, frozen, staring at that door. Something about it felt final, like crossing through it would mean stepping into a place I couldn't come back from. I wanted to turn around, to run down the stairs and out of the house, but my feet wouldn't move. The air in the hallway felt thick, pressing down on me, and before I knew it, I was walking toward the door, my hand reaching for the knob. I don't remember what was on the other side. I remember the cat's eyes gleaming in the dark, and the way the floor felt solid one moment and impossibly far away the next. I remember a sound, low and resonant, like the hum of something enormous turning in the distance. And I remember the feeling of being watched, of countless unseen eyes fixed on me, their gaze impossibly heavy. When I came to, I was sitting on the porch, the sun dipping low in the sky. The door was shut behind me, and the cat was gone. My bike was still leaning against the lamppost, and everything about the house looked exactly as it always had. But something in me had changed, though I couldn't tell you what. I haven't been back since. I don't ride my bike to the cul-de-sac anymore, and when I pass it on my way to school, I keep my eyes fixed firmly ahead. The house is still there, though waiting, as silent and patient as it's always been. And sometimes, late at night, I dream about the cat, its green eyes watching me from the shadows, as if it's still waiting for me to finish something I didn't understand had begun. Every Wednesday, for as long as I can remember, my dad has walked into the woods behind our house with a metal lunchbox in his hands and a flashlight tucked under his arm. He doesn't announce it. He doesn't say where he's going or why. It doesn't matter if it's raining, snowing, or blistering hot. He just goes. I used to watch him from the living room window when I was a kid, his silhouette disappearing into the trees as if he were being swallowed whole. And every time, he'd come back an hour later, the flashlight switched off, the lunchbox empty. I used to ask him about it when I was younger, back when the world was still full of things I thought I had a right to understand. What's in the lunchbox? I'd ask, leaning against the kitchen counter while he washed his hands at the sink. Just leftovers, he'd say. Like that explained anything. For who? I'd press, but he never answered. He'd just smile in that absent way parents do when they're distracted, and that was that. When I was 13, I followed him. I waited until the front door clicked shut behind him and counted to 20 before slipping out after him, careful to stay far enough back that he wouldn't notice. It was late fall, the kind of evening where the light fades slowly, the sun dragging its heels as it sinks behind the horizon. The woods smelled like damp leaves and cold earth, and the branches above me tangled together in a way that made the sky seem impossibly far away. I was sure I'd catch him doing something normal, something boring, feeding stray cats or leaving food for some sickly raccoon he'd befriended. But he walked farther than I expected, deeper into the woods than I'd ever gone on my own. I kept waiting for him to stop, for the flashlight to flicker and reveal whatever this ritual was about. But he didn't. He just kept walking, the metal lunchbox swinging slightly at his side, until we reached a clearing I'd never seen before. It wasn't much, just a flat patch of earth surrounded by trees, with a small circle of stones at the center. My dad knelt down and opened the lunchbox, pulling out a Tupperware container that looked like it had been hastily packed. He set it inside the stone circle, then took a step back, his flashlight pointed at the ground. I froze, crouching behind a tree, and waited for something to happen. But nothing did. He just stood there, silent and still, for what felt like an eternity before finally turning around and walking back the way he came. I didn't tell him I'd followed him. I wanted to ask, wanted to demand an explanation for why he'd packed a meal for no one and left it in the middle of the woods. But something about the look on his face when he came back into the house stopped me. He looked calm, like he'd just finished a conversation that had left him at peace. I didn't understand it then, but I think some part of me knew that if I asked, I wouldn't like the answer. For years after that, I tried to forget about it. I'd see the lunchbox on the kitchen counter on Wednesday mornings, polished clean and waiting to be filled, and I'd turn away like it didn't matter. But every time he walked out the door, I'd feel that same pull, that same urge to follow him, to figure out what he was doing out there in the woods. I never did. Not until last week. My dad passed away 6 months ago. Heart attack. Sudden, the doctors said. One moment he was here, standing at the kitchen sink with a mug of coffee in his hand, and the next he wasn't. There wasn't a lot to sort through. He wasn't a hoarder or a collector, and most of his life fit neatly into boxes I packed up without much thought. But I kept the lunchbox. It felt wrong to throw it away, even though I didn't know why. I shoved it into the back of my closet and tried not to think about it. Last Wednesday, I found myself staring at it, the metal catching the light as if it were trying to remind me of something. Without really thinking about it, I pulled it out, wiped off the thin layer of dust that had gathered on the lid, and opened it. Inside was nothing but the faint smell of tin and something I couldn't quite name. A scent that reminded me of old trees and wet rocks. I stood there for a long time, holding the lunchbox in my hands, until finally, I closed it and went to the kitchen. I didn't pack much, just some leftover chicken, a few slices of bread, and an apple that had been sitting on the counter for too long. I felt foolish even as I did it, like a kid mimicking their parent without really understanding what they're doing. But I filled the lunchbox, grabbed a flashlight from the junk drawer, and stepped outside. The woods were quieter than I remembered, the kind of quiet that feels alive, like something is waiting just out of sight. I followed the path my dad used to take, though it was harder to see now, the years of overgrowth swallowing the trail in places. My legs ached as I walked deeper into the trees, the lunchbox swinging heavily at my side. I thought about turning back more than once, but I kept going, guided more by memory than anything else, until finally, I saw it. The clearing. It was just as I remembered. The stone circle was still there, though the rocks were covered in moss now, their edges softened by time. I stood at the edge of the clearing, unsure of what to do, before finally stepping forward and kneeling by the stones. I opened the lunchbox, my hands trembling slightly, and set the Tupperware inside the circle. Then I sat back, the flashlight pointed at the ground, and waited. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough for the chill of the night to sink into my bones, long enough for the sky to shift from deep blue to black. Nothing happened. No sounds, no movement, no sign that anyone or anything had noticed what I'd done. I felt stupid, like I'd come looking for answers to a question I didn't even know how to ask. But just as I was about to stand up and leave, I heard it, a soft rustling, just beyond the trees. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, as the sound grew louder, closer. The flashlight in my hand felt suddenly useless, the beam of light too small to push back the darkness around me. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the rustling stopped. The clearing was silent again. The only sound the faint hum of the wind through the trees. I turned slowly, my heart pounding, and that's when I saw it. There was something standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the flashlight. It wasn't an animal, not exactly. Its shape was too tall, too angular, its limbs too long and thin. Its eyes, if they were eyes, glimmered faintly in the darkness, catching the light in a way that made my stomach twist. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I knew it was looking at me. And then, slowly, it stepped forward. I don't know what I expected. Fear, panic, the kind of instinctual urge to run that takes over in moments like this. But instead, I felt calm. The kind of calm my dad used to have when he came back from the woods, his face soft and peaceful. The creature, or whatever it was, stopped just short of the stone circle, its head tilting slightly as it looked down at the food I'd left. Then, without a sound, it knelt, its long, thin fingers reaching out to take the Tupperware. It didn't eat, not while I was watching. It just held the container for a moment, as if weighing it in its hands, before looking up at me. Its gaze was steady, almost curious, and for a brief second, I thought I saw something familiar in its expression, something that reminded me of my dad. And then it was gone. It stood, turned, and disappeared back into the trees, leaving me alone in the clearing. I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty stone circle, before finally standing and making my way back to the house. I don't know what it was, or why my dad brought food to the woods every week, or why I feel compelled to keep doing it. But next Wednesday, I'll be there again, lunchbox in hand, flashlight tucked under my arm. And somehow, I think he'll know. The postcard arrived on a Thursday, slipped through my mail slot like a whisper. I almost didn't notice it at first, sandwiched between a credit card offer and a coupon book for a pizza place I never went to. It wasn't in an envelope, just the card itself, slightly bent at the corners, with a picture of an empty road stretching into the desert. The sky in the photo was impossibly blue, the kind of blue that didn't feel real, and the road was lined with crooked telephone poles that cast long, thin shadows across the cracked asphalt. On the back, in small, uneven handwriting, was a single sentence. I need you to remember. No name, no return address, no explanation. I stared at it for a long time, turning it over in my hands. There was something familiar about the handwriting, but I couldn't quite place it. It had the messy confidence of someone who wrote without stopping to think, letters tilting unevenly to the right, like they were in a hurry to get somewhere. It felt intimate, almost invasive, like it had reached into some hidden part of my mind and pulled something out I didn't even know was there. The postmark was smudged, the ink blurred and unreadable. I held the card up to the light, hoping to see some hidden clue, but there was nothing. Just that single sentence, the empty road, and the faint, nagging feeling that it meant something. That it was for me, specifically, even though I couldn't explain why. For the rest of the day, I carried the card around with me, unable to put it down. I propped it up on the counter while I made coffee, tucked it into my bag when I went out, and set it next to my plate at dinner like it was some strange guest I didn't know how to entertain. By the time I went to bed, it had become a weight in my mind, pressing against me with the kind of importance that didn't feel deserved. I didn't know what I was supposed to remember, or why someone thought I needed to, but the question stuck to me like a burr, sharp and insistent. The dreams started that night. They weren't nightmares exactly, but they left me waking up with my heart pounding, the sheets tangled around me like I'd been fighting something in my sleep. In the dreams, I was always walking, down a road, through a forest, across a field that stretched so far it felt like it might swallow me whole. The sky was always too big, the horizon impossibly far away, and no matter how long I walked, I never seemed to get anywhere. There was no one else in the dreams, just me and the sound of my footsteps on the ground, steady and relentless. I didn't recognize the places, but they felt familiar in a way that made my chest ache, like a song I couldn't quite remember the words to. By the third night, I was afraid to sleep. I sat up in bed, staring at the postcard on my nightstand, as if it might explain itself if I just looked at it long enough. It didn't, of course. It just sat there, silent and unyielding, daring me to make sense of it. I thought about throwing it away, but the idea filled me with a strange, inexplicable dread, like I'd be breaking some kind of unspoken promise. Instead, I put it in the drawer and slammed it shut, trying to pretend it didn't exist. The next morning, I woke up to find the card back on the nightstand. At first, I thought I'd imagined putting it in the drawer. I opened it to check, but it wasn't there. The drawer was empty. The card was on the nightstand, exactly where it had been the night before, the same sentence staring back at me. I need you to remember. I tried to ignore it. I went about my day as if everything was normal, but the card followed me. I found it in my bag when I went to pay for groceries, sitting on the passenger seat of my car when I drove to work, propped up against my coffee cup when I came back to my desk. Every time I moved it, every time I tried to leave it behind, it showed up again. And every time I saw it, the feeling grew stronger. The sense that it was waiting for me to do something, to realize something, and that I was running out of time. That night, I dreamt of the road. The same road from the postcard, stretching endlessly into the horizon. I was standing in the middle of it, the asphalt cracked and warm beneath my feet. The sky was so blue it hurt to look at, and the telephone poles cast long shadows that reached out like fingers. I turned in circles, looking for something, anything, but there was nothing around me. Just the road, the sky, and the faint, electric hum of the wires overhead. And then, in the distance, I saw a figure. At first, it was just a blur, a dark shape against the brightness of the sky. But as it got closer, I realized it was a woman. She was wearing a long coat that billowed behind her as she walked, her hair loose and wild in the wind. She didn't look at me. She just kept walking, her steps steady and deliberate, like she knew exactly where she was going. I called out to her, but my voice didn't carry. It was swallowed by the vastness of the space around us, leaving only the sound of her footsteps. I ran after her, my legs heavy and slow, like I was moving through water. No matter how fast I tried to go, she was always just out of reach, her back a constant silhouette against the blinding blue sky. When I woke up, I was gasping for air, my chest tight and my hands shaking. The postcard was on the pillow next to me, the edges slightly curled as if it had been crumpled and smoothed out again. I stared at it for a long time, the words blurring together in my mind. I need you to remember. The next day, I drove to the desert. I didn't have a plan, or even a destination. I just knew I needed to go. The road stretched out in front of me, endless and empty, the same road from my dreams. I drove for hours, the landscape blurring into a haze of sand and sky, until I saw it. The place from the postcard. The crooked telephone poles, the cracked asphalt, the blue sky that seemed to go on forever. I pulled over and got out of the car, my heart pounding as I stepped onto the road. The air was still, the kind of silence that presses against your skin. I stood there, turning in circles, waiting for something to happen. For a moment, nothing did. And then I heard it, a faint sound, like footsteps on asphalt. I turned, and there she was, the woman from my dream, walking toward me, her coat trailing behind her like smoke. She stopped a few feet away, her face half hidden in the shadow of the telephone pole. Up close, she looked both familiar and strange, like someone I'd known in another life but couldn't quite place. "You came," she said, her voice low and quiet. "What do you want?" I asked, my throat dry. She smiled, and it wasn't a happy smile. It was the kind of smile that held too many secrets. "I needed you to remember," she said. "Remember what?" She didn't answer. Instead, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, black notebook. She handed it to me, her fingers brushing mine for just a moment. The cover was smooth and cold, and when I opened it, the pages were filled with my own handwriting. Memories I didn't recognize, stories I didn't remember writing, places I'd never been, people I'd never met. I looked up to ask her what it meant, but she was gone. The road was empty, the desert stretching out in every direction. I stood there for a long time, the notebook heavy in my hands, the words on the pages blurring together like they were alive. I don't know how long I stood there, or how I got back to my car. But when I got home, the postcard was gone, and the dream stopped. The notebook sits on my shelf now, unopened, waiting. I haven't touched it since. I'm afraid of what I'll find if I do. Have you ever felt like you're remembering something that hasn't happened yet? Like the future is already written, and you're just waiting to catch up? The train was running late, and the station had emptied out except for me and a man in a faded green coat who had been sitting on the same bench for the past hour, his hands tucked under his arms, staring at the tracks like he was waiting for something he didn't want to see. I checked the schedule board again, though I already knew my train wouldn't arrive for another 40 minutes. The delay felt personal somehow, as though the world had conspired to trap me in this space between here and there. The station was old, the kind of place that had survived the rise and fall of a dozen grand ideas about what cities should look like. Its arches were stained with soot, and the tiled floor had been worn smooth by decades of hurried footsteps. The air smelled faintly of grease and iron, and the fluorescent lights hummed faintly above, their light pooling in patches where bulbs hadn't burned out. I wandered toward the vending machines, more out of boredom than hunger, and stood there for a moment, debating between a bag of pretzels and a candy bar I didn't really want. That's when I noticed the sound. It wasn't loud, more like a whisper layered beneath the hum of the lights and the occasional squeal of brakes from a distant platform. A faint melody, lilting and irregular, like someone plucking at a harp with no particular rhythm. I turned toward the sound, scanning the empty station. The man on the bench was gone. The melody grew stronger as I moved toward the end of the platform, where a shadowy stairwell led down to a level that wasn't on the station map. I hesitated. I'd been through this station dozens of times before and had never noticed those stairs. There was no sign, no indication of where they led, but the sound seemed to rise from the darkness below, beckoning me like a thread pulling taut. Curiosity has always been my vice. Against my better judgment, I descended. The air grew colder with each step, the faint smell of oil replaced by something earthier, older, like damp stone. The melody became clearer, the notes weaving together into something almost recognizable, though I couldn't place it. The stairwell spiraled downward for what felt like far too long, the tiles giving way to uneven stone. At the bottom, I found a door. It was simple, made of dark wood bound with iron, and it didn't have a handle, just a single, narrow keyhole at its center. The music was loudest here, as though it was coming from the other side, and I leaned in, pressing my ear against the cool surface. The sound stopped. The silence was sudden, absolute. I pulled back, my breath catching in the still air, and before I could turn to leave, the door swung inward, creaking on unseen hinges. The room beyond wasn't what I expected. It wasn't a room at all. I was standing at the edge of an open plain, the kind you might see in the moments before a storm rolls in. The sky was low and restless, a churning mass of gray and purple clouds that seemed close enough to touch. The ground beneath my feet was soft and uneven, covered in patches of wild grass and dark, glistening rocks, and in the distance, there was a figure. They were far away, little more than a shadow against the horizon, but they were moving, slowly, steadily, toward me. The urge to step back, to retreat into the stairwell, was overwhelming, but when I turned, the door was gone. The spiral staircase had disappeared, replaced by a wall of stone that stretched endlessly in both directions. The figure drew closer. I stood frozen, my pulse thundering in my ears as they approached. They were taller than I'd expected, their form draped in a long coat that shifted oddly in the wind. Their face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, its edges frayed, and they carried something in their hands, a lantern that glowed with a cold, silver light. When they were close enough that I could see the edges of their face, they stopped. "You're late," they said, their voice low and even, carrying no judgment, only observation. "For what?" I managed to ask, though my throat felt tight. The figure tilted their head slightly, as though the question amused them. "The exchange." "What exchange?" They didn't answer. Instead, they raised the lantern, its silver light spilling out in soft waves that seemed to move like water, rippling across the plain. As the light passed over the rocks and grass, the landscape began to shift, the ground dissolving into something smooth and reflective. I realized with a jolt that I was standing on glass, or something like it. Beneath my feet, the glass rippled, and images began to form. They were fragments, pieces of memories I hadn't thought about in years. My childhood bedroom, bathed in the glow of a nightlight shaped like a moon. My mother's face, tired but smiling, as she braided my hair before school. The sound of my father's laugh, loud and warm, as he told a joke I couldn't quite remember. The images shifted faster, blending into each other, some so faint I could barely recognize them. Others so vivid they made my chest ache. "This is what you've brought," the figure said, their voice breaking through the haze of memories. "I don't understand," I said, stepping back, though there was nowhere to go. The figure lowered the lantern, and the images faded, leaving the glass dark and empty. "Every traveler brings something, a piece of themselves. This is yours. And what do I get in return?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, I saw their face, or what should have been their face. There was no flesh, no bone, just a hollow space where features might have been, filled with the same cold light as the lantern. "You get to see," they said. "See what?" Instead of answering, they reached out, their hand passing through my chest like smoke. The sensation was strange, warm and cool at the same time, like standing in sunlight on a cold day, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. When they withdrew their hand, they were holding something small and faintly glowing, a shard of light, no larger than a pebble. They held it up to the lantern, and the shard dissolved into the silver glow. The air shifted, the ground rippling beneath my feet again, and the world around us changed. I was no longer on the plain. I was standing in the middle of a crowded street, though the people passing by didn't seem to notice me. They moved with purpose, their faces expressionless, their footsteps perfectly synchronized, as though they were part of a single, living machine. The figure stood beside me, the lantern casting long shadows across the crowd. "This is one of the many," they said. "One of the many what?" "Paths, possibilities. Lives that could have been. Had you chosen differently?" I turned in a slow circle, watching the crowd, feeling the strange weight of their presence. Somewhere, in the distance, I heard the faint melody again, drifting just out of reach. The figure raised the lantern again, and the street dissolved, replaced by a narrow room filled with bookshelves that stretched so high I couldn't see their tops. "This," they said, "is another." The books whispered as I passed them, their pages rustling faintly, though there was no breeze. I reached out to touch one, but the figure stopped me, their hollow face turning toward mine. "You can look," they said, "but you cannot stay." "What happens if I do?" The lantern dimmed slightly, the glass beneath us trembling. "If you stay, the path closes, and the one you left behind is lost." I didn't ask what that meant. By the time I stepped back into the station, the hum of the lights above felt deafening, the faint smell of grease and iron grounding me in a way I hadn't noticed before. The train arrived 5 minutes later. I never saw the figure again, but sometimes, late at night, I hear the faint melody, threading through the edges of my dreams, and I wonder how much of myself I left behind. The town I grew up in didn't have much to it. There were the usual things, a main street with a diner and a post office, a park where nobody really played anymore, a high school with lockers older than the teachers. But there was one thing that set it apart, one thing that everyone knew about but nobody ever explained. The tower? It wasn't an actual tower, not in the way you'd think. It was more of a silo, rusted and massive, planted in the middle of the woods just outside of town. It had no doors, no windows, and no apparent purpose. The thing was made of corrugated metal, streaked with orange and brown, standing about 6 stories tall, and capped with a dome that made it look like some kind of alien spacecraft had landed in the middle of nowhere. But it wasn't new. It had always been there. My dad said his dad used to talk about the tower when he was a kid, and that it hadn't changed a bit since then. Nobody went near it. It wasn't like anyone told us not to. It wasn't fenced off or posted with no trespassing signs. People just didn't. Kids made up stories, of course. Some said it was a missile silo from the Cold War. Others said it was some kind of government experiment gone wrong. The wilder theories included UFOs, ancient rituals, and portals to other worlds. But no one had ever climbed it or even touched it. At least, not as far as I knew. That changed the summer I turned 16. My friend Nate was the one who suggested it. He always had a knack for making bad ideas sound like fun. We were sitting on the hood of his beat-up truck, parked on the edge of the woods, passing a can of warm soda back and forth. It was one of those sticky summer nights where the air felt thick enough to drink, and the cicadas were screaming loud enough to drown out your thoughts. He tilted his head toward the woods and said, "We should go see it." "See what?" I asked, though I knew exactly what he meant. "The tower," he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Come on, haven't you ever wondered what's inside?" "No," I lied. He grinned in that way that meant he'd already decided we were doing it. "You scared?" "Of course not," I shot back, though the truth was I didn't like the idea one bit. But Nate had a way of getting under your skin, and before I knew it, I was climbing into the passenger seat of his truck as he started the engine. The woods were darker than I remembered. We parked on the shoulder of the road and made the rest of the way on foot, the trees closing in around us like a tunnel. The only light came from Nate's phone, the beam of the flashlight bouncing ahead of us as we trudged through the undergrowth. The cicadas had gone quiet, which made the crunch of our footsteps seem louder than they should have. Neither of us talked much. When we finally reached the clearing, the tower loomed above us like a shadow. It was bigger up close, impossibly big, its surface rippling with dents and rust spots. Nate let out a low whistle. "Damn," he said. "It's like a spaceship. Let's just look and go," I muttered, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. But Nate wasn't listening. He was already circling the base, running his hand along the metal like he was trying to feel its heartbeat. "There's gotta be a way in," he said. "There's no door," I reminded him. "Everyone says there's no way in." "Yeah, well, maybe they didn't look hard enough." I stayed where I was, my arms crossed tight against my chest, while Nate continued his search. The air around the tower felt different, heavier, colder, even though the night was muggy. My skin prickled like I was being watched, though the woods were empty. It took everything I had not to tell Nate we should leave. "I found something," he called out suddenly, his voice sharp enough to make me jump. I hurried around the other side and found him crouched in the dirt, brushing away leaves and twigs from the base of the tower. There was a seam in the metal, almost invisible, running vertically from the ground up. At the bottom was a square panel about the size of a shoebox, its surface smooth except for a faint outline of a handprint. "It's a door," he said, grinning like he'd won the lottery. "It's not a door," I said, though I wasn't sure anymore. "It's just part of it." He ignored me and pressed his hand against the panel. Nothing happened. "Maybe it's broken," he muttered, squinting at it like he could will it to work. Then he looked at me. "You try." "No way," I said. "Come on, don't be a chicken. Maybe it'll only work for you." "That doesn't even make sense." "Just try it." I sighed, more out of frustration than anything else, and stepped forward. The metal was cool under my palm, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it, a faint vibration, like the hum of distant machinery, thrumming against my skin. I jerked my hand back, but the hum didn't stop. It grew louder, deeper, until the ground beneath us seemed to tremble. "What did you do?" Nate asked, his voice tinged with excitement and fear. Before I could answer, the seam in the tower began to widen. The panel split apart with a hiss of air, revealing a narrow opening that stretched from the ground up to about 7 feet. Beyond it was darkness, thick and impenetrable, like the air inside hadn't moved in decades. "Holy shit," Nate whispered. He didn't hesitate. He stepped through the opening before I could stop him. "Nate, wait." I called after him, but he was already inside. The darkness swallowed him whole. I stood there, frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. The hum was louder now, resonating in my bones, and the open doorway seemed to pulse, like it was breathing. I didn't want to go in. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to run, to pretend none of this had happened. But I couldn't leave Nate. So I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The air was different. Thick, almost sticky, like walking into a room filled with smoke. My eyes adjusted slowly, the darkness giving way to a faint, greenish glow that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The space was larger than it should have been. Impossibly large, with corridors stretching out in every direction like veins. The walls were smooth and metallic, etched with patterns that shifted and moved when I looked at them. "Nate?" I called out, my voice echoing strangely. No answer. I moved deeper, the hum vibrating through the floor with each step. The corridors twisted and turned, branching off into endless paths, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I had no idea which way I'd come. Then I heard it, a sound that didn't belong, a faint, wet scraping, like something being dragged across the floor. I froze. The sound grew louder, closer, until I saw it. A shadow moving at the edge of the corridor, something too tall and too thin, its limbs bending in ways that shouldn't have been possible. It turned toward me, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its gaze. Cold, sharp, and hungry. I ran. The corridors blurred around me, the hum rising to a deafening roar. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I saw the light of the open doorway ahead. I burst through it, falling to the ground outside, gasping for air. The tower was silent again. The door had closed, the seam vanishing as though it had never been there. Nate was gone. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the tower, waiting for him to come back. He never did. The next morning, I went to the police, but they didn't believe me. They searched the woods, found nothing, and chalked it up to a prank gone wrong. People in town stopped talking to me after that. They didn't want to hear about the tower. But sometimes at night, I hear the hum, and I wonder if it's waiting for me to come back. When I was 17, my town put a time capsule into the ground. It was supposed to be this big, symbolic thing, preserving our present for the future, the mayor said, like we weren't just stuffing a rusty metal box with junk. Everyone was invited to contribute something, and by everyone, they mostly meant the high school students. It was part of some civic engagement initiative they were piloting. Most of the kids couldn't care less, but the teachers pushed it hard, so we all grudgingly found something to toss in. I remember my contribution vividly. An old, broken flip phone I'd fished out of my junk drawer. It didn't turn on, and the buttons were half missing, but I figured it was better than a crumpled gum wrapper or a ripped concert ticket. A few kids took it more seriously. There was some kind of art project, a CD, a couple of handwritten letters, but most of it was random crap. Someone threw in a fidget spinner, which, looking back, feels like an aggressively 2017 choice. Once the box was full, the mayor and a few council members buried it in the town square, beneath this ugly little concrete slab they said would be dug up in 50 years. I remember thinking I'd probably be dead before it saw the light of day again. But then, 11 years later, it came back. I was living 2 states away by then, in a shoebox apartment where the sink leaked and the heater only worked when it felt like it. I'd barely thought about my hometown since leaving, except in the vague, dismissive way you think about something that used to matter but doesn't anymore. My parents had moved to Florida, most of my high school friends had scattered, and the only reminder of my time there was the occasional Facebook post from someone I hadn't spoken to in years. So when I got the phone call, I didn't even recognize the area code. "Is this Anna Jacobs?" The voice on the other end was clipped and formal, like whoever it belonged to was deeply uncomfortable about making the call. "Yeah, this is Anna," I said, already half expecting it to be a scam. "Who's this?" "My name is Linda. I'm with the Cherry Hollow Historical Society." She paused, like I was supposed to know what that meant. I didn't. "We're reaching out to individuals who contributed to the town's time capsule in 2017. I laughed, thinking it was some kind of prank. Yeah, I remember. That thing's not supposed to be dug up for decades." "That's true," Linda said carefully. "But, well, there's been a situation." That's how she put it, a situation. I didn't know whether to be annoyed or intrigued, but Linda's tone tipped the scale toward the latter. She explained that the time capsule had been accidentally unearthed during some landscaping work in the town square. She also explained, very delicately, that there was something unusual about the items inside. "What do you mean by unusual?" I asked, imagining something mundane like water damage or rats. "Well," Linda said, and I could practically hear her squirming on the other end of the line, "we believe the items might have changed, I didn't know what to say to that. It didn't make sense. But before I could ask for clarification, Linda continued, we'd appreciate it if you could come to Cherry Hollow and take a look at your contribution. It's hard to explain over the phone. I hadn't been back to Cherry Hollow since I left for college, and I had no plans to change that. But something about the call stuck with me, like a loose thread I couldn't stop tugging at. 2 days later, I was driving through my hometown, which hadn't changed nearly as much as I thought it would. The same gas stations, the same faded banners for the Harvest Festival, the same terrible smell from the paper mill just outside of town. It was unsettling how familiar it all felt, like stepping into an old pair of shoes you thought you'd outgrown. The Historical Society's building was tucked behind the library in what used to be an old hardware store. Linda was waiting for me in the lobby, a middle-aged woman with short gray hair and an anxious smile. She led me to a small conference room where a few other people were gathered, all of them roughly my age. I recognized some of them, Josh, who'd been on the swim team, and Emily, who used to run the school newspaper. But none of us acknowledged each other. The air in the room was thick with unease. On the table in the center of the room were the contents of the time capsule, laid out like evidence in a police investigation. My old flip phone was there, along with the fidget spinner, the CD, and the rest of the junk we'd buried. At first glance, everything looked normal. But when Linda gestured for us to examine our items, things got strange. Josh picked up the CD, turning it over in his hands. This wasn't my handwriting, he said, frowning. The label, which had originally just said Best of 2017, now had additional words scrawled across it in shaky black ink. Don't listen after dark. Emily opened the envelope containing her handwritten letter, her face pale as she skimmed the contents. This isn't what I wrote, she said softly. I wrote a letter to my future self. This is a letter to someone else. Someone I don't know. When it was my turn, I hesitated. The flip phone sat in front of me, looking as broken and useless as it had the day I buried it. But when I picked it up, the screen lit up. It shouldn't have. The phone hadn't worked in years, and I was sure the battery was long dead. But there it was, a single text message glowing on the screen. Answer it. I stared at the message, my stomach sinking. This doesn't make any sense, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The phone doesn't even have a SIM card. Linda didn't seem surprised. She just nodded, like she'd been expecting this. That's why we called you, she said. We don't know what's happening, but we thought you might want to see it for yourself. The room grew quiet as the rest of us inspected our items. The patterns were all the same. Familiar objects, warped in ways that felt personal and unsettling. The fidget spinner's arms now had tiny, intricate carvings that looked like letters in a language I didn't recognize. Someone's bracelet was missing entirely, replaced by a slip of paper that simply said, "You shouldn't have left me." No one could explain how or why it had happened. The workers who'd unearthed the capsule said they'd followed protocol, found the box intact, and hadn't tampered with anything. There was no sign of damage, no logical reason for the changes. The whole thing felt like a bad dream, the kind you can't wake up from. I took the phone home with me, even though I didn't want to. I didn't know what else to do. It felt wrong leaving it there, like abandoning it might make things worse somehow. For days, I kept it tucked in a drawer, refusing to turn it on. But every time I walked past that drawer, I felt it, a faint hum, like a mosquito I couldn't swat away. Finally, I gave in. When I powered it on, the same message appeared. Answer it. I stared at the screen, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I told myself it was just a glitch, some leftover data messing with the system. But then the phone vibrated. A new message appeared. I'm still here. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the messages haven't stopped. They're short, cryptic, and always perfectly timed. Sometimes they feel like warnings. Other times, they feel like accusations. The worst ones are the questions. Do you remember me? Why did you leave? Will you come back? I haven't responded. I don't even know how to. But late at night, when the phone buzzes on my nightstand, I can't help but wonder who, or what, is on the other side. And sometimes, in those quiet, vulnerable moments, I feel like I do remember. Not the details, but the feeling. Like a forgotten part of me is trying to claw its way back into the light. So now I'm asking you, Have you ever encountered something you couldn't explain? Something that made you question not just what's real, but who you are? If you have, I'd love to hear your story. Maybe it'll help me figure out mine. Or maybe it'll just make the buzzing stop. The radio in my car crackled to life, even though I hadn't turned it on. I was halfway through a drive to nowhere in particular, one of those restless nights when the walls of your apartment feel too close and the silence presses against your ears. The highway was empty except for me, the stretch of asphalt unspooling endlessly into the dark. I didn't have a destination, just a half-empty tank of gas and a desire to keep moving. The crackle was faint at first, like the sound of distant static. I reached over to turn the radio off, but the knob didn't budge. That's when I realized it hadn't been on in the first place. The display screen was blank, the buttons unresponsive. Still, the sound grew louder, and then I heard the voice. It was faint, distorted, like it was struggling to push through layers of interference. "Attention, you're off course, adjust trajectory." I froze, my hand hovering over the dashboard. The voice cut out, replaced by a shrill burst of static that made my chest tighten. It wasn't a voice I recognized, it wasn't robotic, but it didn't sound human either. It was too steady, too measured, as if it had been designed to deliver instructions and nothing else. The radio crackled again. "You are off course. Turn back." The words sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at the empty highway around me, the streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. There were no exits in sight, no other cars, nothing but the hum of my engine and the strange voice that had somehow hijacked my radio. I swallowed hard and forced a laugh, trying to shake off the unease that was creeping into my chest. "Very funny," I muttered to no one in particular. "Good prank." The voice didn't respond. I reached for my phone to call a friend, or at least get some kind of connection to the outside world, but the screen was black, dead. I had charged it before I left, but now it was completely unresponsive, the power button doing nothing. The voice came back, clearer this time. "Turn back now." I didn't. Instead, I pressed down on the accelerator, the car surging forward as if I could outrun the sound. The highway stretched endlessly ahead of me, a perfect ribbon of black asphalt that felt more like a loop than a path to anywhere. The voice didn't return, but the static remained, a low, constant hum that seemed to vibrate in my bones. 20 minutes passed, then 30. The road didn't change. The mile markers stopped appearing. The gas stations and rest stops I had expected to see along the way never materialized. It was just me, the highway, and the oppressive hum of static that refused to leave. Something flickered in the corner of my eye. I turned my head, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Just the stretch of empty road behind me and the faint glow of my taillights. "Off course," the voice said suddenly, cutting through the static. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Off course for what?" I snapped. There was no answer. A light appeared in the distance. At first, I thought it was another car. A pair of headlights piercing through the dark. Relief surged in my chest. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't moving. It was stationary, a single, impossibly bright point of light that grew larger and larger as I approached. It wasn't a car. It wasn't even a street lamp. It was a doorway, a massive, rectangular frame of light standing in the middle of the highway, glowing so brightly it made my eyes water. The edges shimmered faintly, like heat rising off asphalt in the summer, and I could feel its pull even before I reached it, a strange, magnetic force that made my skin prickle and my heart race. "Turn back," the voice said again, sharper this time, but I didn't. The car slowed on its own, the brakes resisting my attempts to push the pedal down. By the time I reached the doorway, I was barely crawling forward, the light swallowing everything around me. I couldn't see the road, the sky, or even the edges of the car, just the endless, blinding brightness. And then I was through. The light disappeared, replaced by total darkness. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop, and sat there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. My hands were trembling, the steering wheel slick with sweat. The radio had gone silent. The hum of the engine sounded impossibly loud in the stillness. I looked around. I wasn't on the highway anymore. The road beneath me was smooth, almost glass-like. and it reflected the faint glow of the stars overhead. But the stars weren't in constellations I recognized. They weren't even fixed in place. They moved, swirling slowly across the sky like a living tapestry of light. The landscape around me was empty. No buildings, no signs, no landmarks. Just an endless expanse of smooth, reflective ground and the strange, shifting stars above. I opened the car door and stepped out, the air cool and thin against my skin. The ground beneath my feet was warm, almost pulsing, and it hummed faintly, like the static had followed me here. A shadow moved in the distance. It wasn't the kind of shadow cast by a person or an object. It was a void, darker than the surrounding darkness, shifting and twisting as it moved closer. My chest tightened as I watched it, my breath catching in my throat. The radio crackled to life again. "Do not engage," the voice said, calm and steady. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, taking a step back toward the car. The voice didn't answer, but the shadow kept coming. It moved unnaturally, jerking forward in sudden bursts before stopping, then starting again. As it got closer, I realized it wasn't alone. There were more shadows, dozens of them, emerging from the horizon, spreading out like ink across the reflective surface of the ground. The static on the radio grew louder, drowning out the voice entirely. My heart was racing, my mind screaming at me to get back in the car, to leave, to do something. And then the closest shadow stopped. It stood still for a moment, its edges shifting and flickering, and then it reached out. It didn't have hands, or arms, or anything I could name. It was just movement, a ripple of darkness that extended toward me with impossible speed. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, and fell hard onto the warm ground. The shadow loomed over me, and for a brief, terrifying moment, I thought it was going to swallow me whole. But it didn't. Instead, it paused, tilting, as if it were studying me. And then, slowly, it receded, pulling back into itself and joining the rest of the shadows in the distance. The radio crackled one last time. "Continue forward," the voice said, softer now, almost a whisper. I didn't argue. I climbed back into the car, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. The car moved forward, the glassy ground stretching endlessly ahead of me. The shadows didn't follow. I drove for what felt like hours, the strange stars above swirling faster and faster, the hum of the road vibrating through the car. And then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the highway was back. I skidded to a stop, the familiar glow of streetlights and the distant hum of traffic filling my senses. The radio was off, the dashboard buttons working again. My phone buzzed in the passenger seat, alive and fully charged. The doorway was gone. I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty road ahead of me, the memories of the other place still fresh in my mind. And when I finally drove home, I couldn't help but notice the faint smell of static lingering in the air. There's a field just outside of town that nobody talks about. It doesn't have a name. No one ever farms it or builds on it, even though it's flat and stretches out farther than the eye can see. The grass grows wild, waist-high in the summer, and the wind moves through it like a restless hand. At its edges, the trees gather close, like they're keeping secrets. I've lived in this town my whole life, and not once have I seen anyone walk into that field. Except me. It wasn't curiosity that took me there the first time. It was my brother. Luke was 12 and reckless, the kind of kid who couldn't sit still for more than a minute. That day, he'd come tearing into the house, cheeks flushed, shoes muddy, yelling that he'd found something in the field. My mom barely looked up from the dishes, waving him off with a distracted, "Stay out of there." But I saw the look on his face. Luke wasn't the type to scare easily, but there was something in his eyes that made my stomach tighten, something sharp. I followed him back out. He was standing at the edge of the grass, his arms crossed like he was trying to make himself smaller. When he saw me, he pointed without a word, and I followed his finger. At first, I didn't see it. The field looked the same as always, a mess of green, swaying gently under a sky that was just beginning to cloud over. But then I noticed it, a single black speck in the distance. It wasn't moving, but even from where we stood, it seemed alive, somehow. It felt wrong, like it shouldn't have been there, like it didn't belong. Luke didn't say anything, just grabbed my sleeve and yanked me back toward the house. That was the last time I saw him anywhere near the field. The next day, he refused to talk about it. When I pressed him, he just shook his head and muttered something about bad dreams. By the time the week ended, he wouldn't even look out the window, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The black speck, the way it seemed to pulse against the horizon, drawing my eyes no matter how hard I tried to look away. So, one afternoon, I went. The field was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than silence. The grass brushed against my legs as I pushed through it, my hands held out to part the stalks. The wind had died completely, leaving the air thick and still. It took longer than I thought it would to reach the spot. From the edge of the field, it had seemed close, but as I walked, it stayed distant, like it was moving away from me. By the time I got there, the sky had darkened to a dull gray, and my breath came in short, sharp bursts. It was a tree, but not like any tree I'd ever seen. The trunk was black, not like bark but like charcoal, and its branches stretched high into the air, thin and angular like jagged bones. The leaves, or what I thought were leaves, were dark and waxy, their edges curling inward as though they were withering. But the strangest part was the ground around it. The grass didn't grow there. It stopped in a perfect circle around the tree. The dirt inside the ring cracked and dry, as though the tree had drained the life out of it. As I stepped closer, I noticed something carved into the trunk. At first, I thought it was initials, the kind of thing kids scratch into trees when they're bored. But the closer I got, the more I realized it wasn't random. The lines were too clean, too deliberate, forming a pattern that spiraled upward toward the branches. I reached out, my hand trembling, and ran my fingers over the grooves. They were warm. I jerked my hand back, stumbling over my own feet, my heart pounding in my chest. The warmth wasn't faint, like the sun had been on it. It was strong, almost burning. I didn't run, not right away. Something held me there, my feet rooted to the ground. The air felt heavier, pressing against my skin, and for a moment, I thought I heard something. A hum, low and rhythmic, like a voice whispering just out of reach. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually, my legs moved and I ran. By the time I got home, the sky had gone dark and Luke was waiting for me on the porch. He didn't say anything, just stared at me with that same sharp look, his hands stuffed deep into his pockets. I tried to tell him what I'd seen, but the words caught in my throat, tangling into a knot of fear and confusion. He didn't need to hear it anyway. He already knew. That night, I dreamed about the tree. It was standing in the middle of the field, its branches stretching wider, taller, until they blocked out the sky. The carvings on the trunk glowed faintly, pulsing in time with the hum I'd heard before. And then, slowly, the ground around the tree began to crack. Something was moving beneath it. I woke up gasping, the sheets tangled around my legs. The hum was still in my ears, so loud I could barely think. The next morning, I told myself it was just a dream. But when I looked out the window, the field seemed different. The grass was still, the air heavy, and the tree stood like a black wound against the horizon. I tried to stay away. I really did. But the tree didn't let me. Over the next few weeks, the dreams got worse. The cracks in the ground grew wider, and the whispers turned into voices. Low, layered voices that spoke words I didn't understand. During the day, I'd catch glimpses of movement at the edge of the field, shadows that vanished the moment I turned my head. Luke wouldn't go outside anymore. He spent most of his time in his room, the blinds drawn tight, his face pale and drawn. One night, as I passed his door, I heard him muttering to himself. I pressed my ear against the wood, but all I could make out was one word, repeated over and over again. Roots. I went back to the field the next day. I didn't want to, but the pull was stronger now, a gnawing ache in the back of my mind that wouldn't leave me alone. The walk felt shorter this time, the grass parting easily as I moved toward the tree. The carvings had changed. The spiral was larger now, twisting higher up the trunk, the lines deeper and more intricate. The air around the tree shimmered faintly, like heat rising off pavement, and the ground inside the circle was darker, almost black. The hum was louder now, vibrating through my bones. I stepped closer, the dirt crunching under my feet. My hand reached out again, drawn to the carvings despite the fear clawing at my chest. As soon as my fingers touched the trunk, the humming stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing against my ears like a scream. And then, slowly, the ground began to move. The cracks widened, the earth splitting apart in jagged lines, and something rose from beneath the tree. It wasn't roots. It was hands, dozens of them, black and gnarled, their fingers clawing at the air. The tree shook, its branches twisting unnaturally, and the carvings on the trunk glowed brighter, casting the field in an eerie, flickering light. I stumbled back, my legs barely holding me as the hands reached for me, their movements slow but deliberate. The voices returned, louder now, their words sharp and guttural, cutting through the air like knives. I ran. I didn't look back, not even when I heard the crack of wood behind me, not even when the voices followed me all the way to the edge of the field. When I got home, Luke was gone. His room was empty, the window open, the air inside heavy with the scent of earth and something sweet, like overripe fruit. The field is quiet now. The tree is gone. But sometimes at night, I hear the hum. And when I do, I don't sleep. It was exactly 2:37 p.m. on a Tuesday when the train station disappeared. One moment, I was standing on the platform, scrolling aimlessly through my phone, waiting for the 2:40 to Clifton. The next, I was standing in the middle of what could only be described as nowhere. There were no walls, no floor, no ceiling, just a vast expanse of white that stretched infinitely in every direction. It wasn't bright or blinding, more like the soft glow of an overcast sky, but it didn't have a source. No sun, no lamps, no shadows. The air felt still and weightless, and the silence was so complete that it made my ears ring. The strangest part was that I wasn't falling. I was standing upright, even though there was no visible ground beneath my feet. I looked down, expecting vertigo or maybe some kind of glass surface, but there was nothing. Just me, standing in the middle of nothingness, holding my phone like an idiot. My first thought was that I'd fainted or hallucinated. Maybe I'd had one of those stress-induced episodes I'd read about. Too much caffeine, not enough sleep, the whole modern life package. But the screen of my phone was still lit, and the time was still ticking away, 2:38 p.m. somehow. The clock made it worse. If I'd blacked out, time should have jumped forward. Instead, it felt like time was mocking me, ticking along perfectly fine while the world itself had vanished. I turned in a slow circle, trying to make sense of it. There was nothing. No train station, no other passengers, no sounds of distant traffic. Just endless white. I tapped my phone, half out of habit and half out of desperation, but it had no signal. No bars, no Wi-Fi, no emergency calls only. Just a blank little icon where the connection should have been. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding small and fragile against the emptiness. I wasn't expecting a response, but it felt better than standing in silence. Is anyone there? Something answered. Not a voice, exactly, but a shift. The air around me rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and then it was water, or something like it. The ground beneath me became liquid, silver and reflective, spreading out in smooth, glassy waves. The whiteness faded, replaced by a shimmering expanse of mirrored surface that stretched to the horizon. Above me, the sky flickered, transforming into a swirling canvas of deep blues and greens, like the northern lights on Fast Forward. It was beautiful, hypnotic even, but also profoundly wrong. The ripples on the mirrored surface stilled, and in their place, shapes began to appear. At first, they were faint outlines, blurring and shifting like images on a half-tuned TV. Then they sharpened, solidifying into structures, towers, archways, bridges. A city, but not any city I'd ever seen. It looked ancient and futuristic all at once, built from smooth, reflective material that gleamed like polished obsidian. The buildings twisted and spiraled in impossible shapes, defying gravity and logic. Some of them hovered in midair, connected by floating staircases or arched bridges that shimmered faintly in the strange light. I took a step forward, the surface beneath my feet rippling slightly but holding firm. My footsteps made no sound, as though the material absorbed everything. The city loomed ahead, silent and vast, and as I walked closer, I realized it wasn't entirely empty. There were figures moving among the buildings, humanoid shapes that glowed faintly, their forms shifting and indistinct, like shadows made of light. They moved in strange, fluid motions, gliding rather than walking, and I couldn't tell if they were solid or made of smoke. "Hello?" I called again, my voice trembling. One of the figures turned toward me, its head tilting slightly. It had no face, just a blank, glowing surface where features should have been. Yet somehow, I knew it was looking at me. The figure moved closer, gliding across the mirrored ground without disturbing it. As it approached, I felt a strange sensation, like static electricity prickling along my skin. It stopped a few feet away and raised an arm, if it could be called an arm, pointing toward the tallest tower in the city. The tower was impossibly high, its peak disappearing into the swirling sky, and it pulsed faintly with a rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. "What's there?" I asked, but the figure didn't respond. Instead, it tilted its head again, as if urging me to move. When I didn't, it pointed more insistently, its glowing form flickering slightly. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to stay where I was, to wait for the train to pull me out of this nightmare. But something about the figure's urgency, the way it pointed, the way its glow flickered like a dying signal, pulled me forward. Against my better judgment, I began walking toward the tower. The city was even stranger up close. The buildings hummed faintly, vibrating with a sound so low I could feel it in my bones. The light from the sky reflected off their surfaces, creating shifting patterns that seemed to move of their own accord. The glowing figures glided past me, paying no attention now, their movements synchronized like a flock of birds. As I approached the tower, the air grew warmer, heavier, and the rhythmic pulsing grew louder, filling my ears like the beat of a distant drum. The base of the tower was massive, its surface smooth and seamless, with no doors or windows that I could see. But as I reached out to touch it, the material rippled like water, parting to reveal an opening. Inside, the pulsing was deafening, a constant thrum that matched the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The interior was dimly lit, the walls lined with strange, glowing symbols that pulsed in time with the tower. The symbols were unlike any language I'd ever seen, curved and looping, but also sharp, like they'd been carved with a knife. They seemed alive, shifting and rearranging themselves as I walked deeper into the tower. At the center of the room, there was a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested an object. It was small, no bigger than my hand, and shaped like a perfect sphere. The surface was smooth and dark, but within it, light swirled and flickered, creating patterns that seemed to mimic the symbols on the walls. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the sphere. Something about it felt wrong. Not dangerous, exactly, but important, as though touching it would set something in motion that couldn't be undone. But before I could decide, the glowing figures began to appear around me, their forms flickering in and out of existence. They surrounded me in a loose circle, their faceless heads tilted toward the sphere, as if urging me to take it. I reached out, my hand trembling, and the moment my fingers brushed the surface, the world shattered. The city dissolved into shards of light, the swirling sky collapsing inward, and I felt myself falling, not down, but in every direction at once. The sensation was overwhelming, like being pulled apart and put back together at the same time. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. I was back on the train platform. The 240 to Clifton was pulling in, its brakes screeching as it slowed to a stop. People around me shuffled forward, checking their phones or adjusting their bags, completely unaware that anything had happened. I looked down at my hands, half expecting to see the sphere, but they were empty. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it all, a vivid, impossible hallucination. But then I noticed the clock. It was still 2:37 p.m. The second hand was stuck, trembling faintly, as if trying to move but frozen in place. And when I glanced down at my reflection in the screen of my phone, I saw something that made my breath catch. Behind my own face, faint and flickering like a signal just out of reach, was the glowing outline of one of the figures, its blank head tilted toward me, watching.